Oh man. I got some crazy shit for you guys to listen to. Check this out. Watch this. Oh, you can't watch it, but you can hear it. Watch. Check it out. This is some crazy shit. Yeah. So listen this. Listen this. They're gonna talk about Marilyn Monroe, John F. Kennedy, John F. Kennedy's daddy. They're gonna talk about Bobby Kennedy. They're gonna talk about UFOs and everything. Listen. Let's check this shit out, man. Check this shit out.
After he brought the Nazi disc back with Alan Dulles in 1945, Patton wanted to have that disclosed. They said, "Oh no, you're not. The big industrialists and fascists." They said, "No, you're not going to do that."
I know this has been gone over before, but just in the short time we have,
they killed him.
did the Nazis develop this themselves, or were they given it?
No, they developed what, of course, we had been tracking what were called Foo Fighters. Yeah, there's a rock band called the Foo Fighters. That Foo Fighter is what UFOs were called in World War II, by the way.
Yeah.
And so they were studying that. We were studying it. But the disc was really the electrogravitics carryover research from T. Townsend Brown in the 20s and the Kalski-Frost experiment in 29 in Germany. So there had been experiments with very high voltage systems that created levitation or lift going back to the 20s, 100 years ago. So, but our secret weapon was the atomic weapon. The Nazi secret weapon was a flying disc, but they hadn't perfected it. They brought it back into the United States, and of course many of the Nazi scientists and aerospace people became the foundation. Herman Oberth, Murder von Braun, others became the foundation of our aerospace industry, and that was all went into a super black project. But at that time, Truman and others knew about it, and it wasn't until they had the big breakthroughs in the mid-50s that then Eisenhower got pushed aside. Kennedy vowed to get in it, and they killed Kennedy over this. No question. I don't know what the Trump administration has access to, but there's no question President Kennedy was killed over this issue, the UFO issue, no doubt. And I'm pretty certain that Bobby Kennedy, Sr., not RFK Jr., of course, but his dad was killed over this. And I think they think so also.
Remember, in Eisenhower's farewell address, he didn't just say the military complex. He said a technocratic, a technological elite in the research systems of government funding were the main threat.
That's
not the Russians, not the not the not the Chinese communists. No, he said our own scientists.
Right. Every great civilization has been destroyed from within. So if you look,
but that's not you saying it. That's him in '61 farewell address.
Yes.
Saying the main threat is our breakaway government scientists doing whatever they want.
Correct. And that's why they pushed him aside.
He said the vast resources of these people.
And Kennedy tried to push his way back in, fired Alan Dulles, the CIA director. They killed him. And by the way, Marilyn Monroe, in the briefing document, is a top secret document I had someone lift out of the vault, National Security Agency guy. And it's a wire transcript of Marilyn Monroe threatening to hold a press conference, tell the whole world about what Kennedy had told her about all this, and before she could hold a press conference, they killed her, made it look like a suicide.
That's right. That's on record. They killed her.
Absolutely.
Back in 60 seconds.
I've got the document proof of it. Yeah, that's how they killed General Patton.
Told you. So remember when when I said something about Marilyn Monroe getting killed by the government? There's proof right there. This is a video on TikTok of two people. One is a radio studio guy, and he's known. And what's crazy is that when I heard the story about Marilyn Monroe being killed by the government, they said that they made it look like overdose. This guy confirms it. The other guy says it's on public record saying that the government killed her. This is talking about the Nazis and the UFOs and General Patton knowing about the UFOs. General Patton. If you guys know who General Patton is, that's how long they known about the UFOs. It was way back then. It's crazy. It's mind blowing. It really is. It's just mind blowing. Check this out. There's some there's some other shit. Look, check this out. Look at this. Look at this. This is another one. This is another one. Look, check this out. Okay, well I can't show it to you, but this guy on TikTok, someone on TikTok reposted this video on TikTok, and it shows the moon landing. You guys remember the moon landing? Well, if you ever found, there was a man that found where they found the moon landing, that they supposedly went to the moon, and this guy reposted it where the moon landing supposedly was at. And that guy is missing. CenturyLink just went down. Check this out. This is from a congressman, ex-congressman that was in the Congress. Yeah, CenturyLink just went up. They got 20 laps to go on the Xfinity race. But check this out. Check this out. Listen to this.
That 9/11 did not happen because a group of hijackers got control of some planes. First of all, I have confirmed that two of the hijackers that were on one of the planes in New York were working for the CIA. They were on the CIA payroll. And that was confirmed to me by someone in writing from one of our agencies, and I have that letter. So two of the people involved were actually working for the CIA in one of the planes. I know that. And they lost control of them. There were reprimands against those agency people after the fact. Second, I know the intelligence, they tried 3 times to transfer the information about information that could have prevented 9/11. That's fact.
To the Justice Department.
And I have the name of the person that at the Justice Department they contacted, and she was told to cancel the meetings. They couldn't have the meetings.
Who did that order come from? Who?
That's what needs to be investigated.
Okay.
And then we have John Crane, the Inspector General of the Pentagon, who went to the extent of issuing a request for whistleblower status because he was told to lie to the Congress and lie about pre-9/11 intelligence and able danger. That 9/11 did not happen because
That was Carson. That was Tucker Carlson's. Then check this out. I think this one.
3 buildings come down.
Listen to this one.
Sort of collapse in on themselves, implode, it looked like. And like a lot of people have said, many credible, non-crazy people have said that was controlled demolition. Was it?
Well, when I got up there the day after, I had been at the Trade Center at the restaurant on the top several times. There's no way those 2 buildings could have collapsed into what they were there. Something had to happen.
Was that obvious to you immediately?
Yeah, absolutely. Because, and they were looking for other firefighters like Ray Downey and the 342 others that were trapped and eventually vaporized. So something happened. Whether there's a high explosive material, I think it's called fermite, that is used to explode metal and steel and vaporize it. Those tests were never done on that. There were some limited tests that found that there was some evidence of that, but the whole thing never was subjected to the kind of investigation that would be warranted when 3,000 people die. I mean, when you have 3,000 people die, you would think it would be a full, massive investigation, not going after 9/11, obviously, but what happened to the buildings and why did they come down? They are the only high-rise buildings in the world that have ever come down from an airplane hitting them. And those buildings, I read the report from the architect who designed them. They were designed to withstand an airplane hitting the building and standing tall.
And especially Building 7, which had no plane hit it. Right.
No plane hit it. And the building just, you can see it when you watch it on TV, it just implodes straight down. And what really got me again was Oriole Palmer, the Italian chief.
They heard explosions?
Yeah, absolutely. It's on tape. Yeah. We have people coming out of the buildings that heard explosions. We have film footage of people that talked to Fox News that was taken off the air and then now that was brought back by X. That's all available. That's why you need a commission to go back and look at all the lies.
So there are, and pardon my ignorance, but there are people on tape saying I heard explosions.
Yes, absolutely. 100%. Multiple people.
So the counter to this, which is also kind of rooted in common sense, is wow, that would require a lot of people to be involved in a vast conspiracy and to stay silent for 24 years. And that's just impossible because people talk.
Not a lot of people. Not a lot of people involve a very, very precise action of planning and, taking steps to control the situation. I have no firsthand evidence of this. That's why this is the most important thing. If there's one thing that you have the ability to do, because you're very well respected and deservedly so, you coming out and showing that report, that request, put out by the Firefighters of America and by the people who are, excuse me for doing that.
No problem.
The people who are the most impacted by this.
Yes.
I've helped them now. I'm not, there's no money in this for me. Everything I'm doing pro bono.
Yeah.
Pro bono. A new presidential commission. There was no presidential commission before. This would be the first presidential commission.
Had 3 buildings come down, sort of collapsing in on themselves.
You know what's crazy about this whole situation? The whole situation. What's crazy about this whole situation is that when I seen it happen on when I seen 9/11 when 9/11 was live, because it was live to the whole thing. The crazy thing about it is when I watched it on TV, there was that third building that was on the side of that one tower. I was always wondering why that building fell down too. But then you look at it, demolition, and they talk about it. It's all demolition. It's all demolition.
They're scumbags. They work in our agencies, and I know them.
Yeah.
They're making money.
Congressman is just fucking mad as shit. He's an ex-congressman. And it's just crazy. It's crazy how the shit that I talk about, the shit that I've talked about, it is crazy because I just find it fucked up because everything I talk about is just like, yeah. I was watching the race, but I made a comment on this dude's shit, and they're talking about how it's boring. The game's already boring without it. I was just looking through TikTok. Just come across some crazy shit on TikTok and Facebook too. Yeah, Facebook's under threat right now. This is about whistleblowers. Check this out. This look, check this out. This is about whistleblowers. Look, check this out. Mark Zuckerberg is about to have to shut down his WhatsApp app. So if you got WhatsApp app and you use it and you use Instagram, those two sites about to be shut down. Government's about to shut those down. But check this out. Listen to what Mark Zuckerberg's doing to whistleblowers, and now the Congress people are talking about it. Check it out. Listen. Get out here, microphone. Check this out. Watch.
Let me just say as we begin, this is a hearing that Facebook has tried desperately to prevent. Facebook is one of the most powerful companies in the world. It is one of the most powerful companies in the history of the world, and they have stopped at absolutely nothing to prevent today's testimony. They've absolutely gone to war to try to prevent it. Our witness today is a whistleblower, and not just a whistleblower, but a longtime executive at Facebook. She worked directly with Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sanders and the Facebook brass. She was a part of the Facebook brass, and they have gone scorched earth to prevent her from telling what she knows. They've sued her. They have sought a gag order against her. They have begged courts to take her book off of the shelves. They tried to get it stopped from being printed in the first place. They have threatened her, get this, with $50,000 in punitive damages every time she mentions Facebook in public.
Yeah.
$50,000 every time she mentions Facebook in public, even if the statements that she is making are true. And even as we sit here today, Facebook is attempting her total and complete financial ruin. They are attempting to destroy her personally. They are attempting to destroy her reputation. And I think the question is why? Why is it that Facebook is so desperate?
Why are they so desperate? Because Facebook is the number one scam in the fucking world. They leak your information all over the fucking place, and then they tell you, "Oh, come to our companies because we want to be." It's like a MySpace. If you guys ever remember MySpace, MySpace was a big old hit back in the day too, until it was taken down because of shit. Like there's so much shit going out all over the world with everything. Oh man, it's crazy. World has gone to shit. I was watching NASCAR. Number 53 is a woman driver. She got taken out. She was driving too slow and they took her out. 18 hit her from behind, then 33 hit her from the front. Just took her out. Yeah, just took her straight out. She was a replacement driver anyways. Yeah, she was a replacement driver. It's not like she was supposed to be actually racing. Wave the white flag against. Oh wow, 245 tariff bombs. The Chinese are being charged, what is it, up to 245% of tariffs. They threw the white flag. Was that today? Yesterday? They did it yesterday. They don't want to have a problem with the United States. And they got other problems around the world. Man, I missed the truck race yesterday. Now I missed the damn truck race yesterday. They got another race coming on tomorrow. It's been raining here all day. Oh shit. Yeah, I missed the truck race. I was gonna play a video game, but I don't know what the fuck I was gonna play. And that's the Xfinity races on red flag right now. Yeah, they're red flag. They red flag the race right now. I was gonna play something. I just don't know what the hell. What is she doing? Is she saying she's doing a push up? Bitch, that's not a push up. What the fuck is that? That's not a fucking push up. Now I'm just flipping around on TikTok. Just bored as shit, you know. I was gonna play something. I don't remember what I was gonna play. Um, I was scrolling around on TikTok for a little while. And, um, first things that come pop up on there. Yeah, my internet's out on that one. Yeah, that one's out. So fucking microphone. So yeah, that one right there, Blinky Blinky, it's out. It's as soon as I went live, it fucking went out. So that one, I was gonna listen to music, but I don't want to have to connect my other internet to whatever. Oh, they got a yellow going again. They got 8 laps. They got 8 laps. I don't want to do no driving. No, I was gonna do some. I was gonna play something, and then I got interested in something else. I don't want to do any driving. I don't want to have to run around and do shit. I just don't feel like doing any running around type of shit. I mean, I wanna do something that's open world. You know, I can do. Take my time in and do something. You know, the internet is dead. Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. My one of them is not. I got two internets. I don't know why I keep opening that shit? You live in a tomb? No, I don't live in a tomb. I just have this stupid fucking thing open over here. I can't figure out what the hell's wrong with it. Let's check it out. This other shit. It's another microphone. See, yeah, it's another microphone default. I was messing around with my sounds and I fucked up and I did something and I don't know how to get rid of the issue. I was gonna do something and then I got interested in shit on TikTok and shit like that because some of the shit that I talk about, people are reposting it back onto TikTok, and a lot of the videos that I thought I seen before or was talking about is now popping up proof and evidence of what actually took place in certain because I talked about Marilyn Monroe, about how the government offed Marilyn Monroe to make it look like it was suicide because Marilyn Monroe did drugs before, so they made it look like a suicide. But then I also talked about how John F. Kennedy was assassinated for information that he wasn't supposed to leak and everything, and they killed him like they killed his father. So if you guys don't know, John F. Kennedy's dad was assassinated for the same reason why John F. Kennedy was going to come out and speak to the press. But then you had Marilyn Monroe, because Marilyn Monroe and John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy and Bobby F. Kennedy, all of them was real, close to Marilyn Monroe. And I remember I was talking about how Marilyn Monroe was at Area 51 at one point in time, and John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy was talking to Marilyn Monroe about some stuff, and then Marilyn Monroe was gonna go public, and they made it look like it was a suicide overdose. And see, I remember I was saying, I said something about it. Well, there's a video that's on TikTok that backs up what I was talking about when I said that they offed Marilyn Monroe. Well, what's crazy is that in public records, it shows in public records that the government actually came out and stated that they are the ones who offed Marilyn Monroe, and that's public. That's known in public records. You can find that the government did confess and did say that they killed Marilyn Monroe. They made it look like it was an overdose. And the reason why they offed her is because of the UFOs that in other business that was being discussed, that John F. Kennedy and Robert F. Kennedy told Marilyn Monroe, and Marilyn Monroe couldn't keep her mouth shut, so she was going to go public with it, and that's the reason why she got killed. And that's the same reason why John F. Kennedy was assassinated, because he was going to go public too, and they offed him because his daddy, John F. Kennedy's daddy, also was going to come out with the same evidence, and they offed his ass. So, I mean, if you look at it, the Kennedys was all assassinated, and everything. Most of them was all assassinated because of knowing shit that they wasn't supposed to say anything about, and they wanted to kill them. So, like I said before, they offed John F. Kennedy just like they offed Abraham Lincoln for freeing the slaves. And like I said, if the government don't want you to do something, they'll make it look like a suicide. They'll off your ass. How many people have been killed and you thought it was kind of odd how they died? How many times a war has been started or something has been started within the United States and you thought it was odd because it was happening? You know? I just find it real odd that everything that I say about 9/11 is actually true. There's videos and evidence of conversations where they talked about how George W. Bush was meeting with other leaders. That's on record. It's videos. Other people have talked about it that worked within the government, like the congressman that I just played a video about. You know what I mean? That was talking to Tucker Carlson. Now you look at Tucker Carlson, they removed him from news anchors as well because they want to off his ass too because he's leaking and showing all this, how all these people coming on and all these people are coming out with all this evidence. CIA whistleblowers, FBI whistleblowers, ex-congressmen whistleblowers. I mean, you got all these motherfucking peoples coming out with within the government of talking about what's going on within the government, and people still sit up in here and they're like, oh yeah, we care about the government. No, fuck the government. Fuck the government. The government is behind everything. It always has will. It always has been, and it will always continue behind shit. Like they're talking about how China threw in the white flag and this about tariffs with Donald Trump. They're talking about how Ukraine is profiting off of the war of thousands of people dying in Ukraine, and the president over there is profiting off of it. It's crazy. It's crazy how everything I talked about, and like I said, that it was demolition on the 9/11 buildings. It was construction working in 6 months prior before the 9/11. They had talks and evidence of all the people that was in Al Qaeda and with Saddam bin Laden and all of them. They known all the people a year before 9/11 even happened. Yeah, they mentioned to it on in the video on TikTok that they already talked to and known of all the people that was in Al Qaeda and Saddam bin Laden and all the people that was trying to go against the they even knew about the people that was in New York City that was in Al Qaeda. Yeah, they had Al Qaeda people in New York City, living in New York City, that was going to take down the Twin Towers. They even confirmed that two of the hijackers that was in the planes that was undercover CIA operatives. I mean, how the fuck are you going to sit up in here and say that 9/11 wasn't an inside job? How the fuck are you going to sit up in here and say George W. Bush didn't meet with all the fucking leaders 6 months prior and they was doing construction work 6 months prior in the middle of the night before 9/11. How the fuck are you gonna have a fire crew, a fighter fire engine, and a fucking crew, a camera crew from Fox downtown when 9/11 happened and was live on the fucking air with a fire crew that was on site before it fucking happened? How the fuck are you gonna have a fucking person that had the buildings built in 1991 and 1993 and that eats in the same fucking penthouse every morning since the buildings was built, and then on that day doesn't show up to have breakfast? Why did he take out a maximum fucking insurance claim on both of those buildings 6 months prior? Come on, man. It's just funny and fucking hilarious how the government and everybody in the United States sit up in here and they mourn 9/11. They sit up in here and say, oh, those 3,000 people died because of terrorists. No, you stupid motherfuckers. It was an inside job from the fucking government. George W. Bush and all them motherfuckers had a hand in it. They had CIA operatives driving hijacked planes. Just like I told you that they took the fucking original plane and the black box and the manifest and all the decals of the fucking plane and put it on another exact plane and then had some inside person fly the fucking planes into the fucking buildings. It's common sense. It's fucking common sense. You had pre-recorded conversations of people saying that they was on the plane telling their parents and their loved ones how they're gonna miss them and this and this and that, and they fucking asses was never on the fucking planes in the first fucking place. And then you got documents and evidence showing passports of 22 so-called 22 Al-Qaeda attackers that took the fucking planes and flew them into the buildings on their own recorders. No, they had an inside. They even admitted. They even admitted in the video that I just played that they had multiple CIA operatives, undercovers in the Al-Qaeda that lost control of the plane that flew into the fucking buildings. Inside job. Now, Tyler, how the fuck you gonna tell me I'm a conspiracy theory? I've been knowing this shit for decades that the government's been behind it. I've been knowing it for decades about how people have been killed and how people have been taken off this world because of inside jobs of the fucking government. And people sit here and say that I'm fucking crazy? No, I'm not fucking crazy. I'm just a motherfucker that pays attention to everything and every detail that goes on in this fucking world. I watched it live in Juvenile in 2001 on September 11th. When they was live on TV, when the fucking buildings went down. When the plane flew into the fucking thing and firefighters was already there. A news crew was already there before the fucking buildings even got hit. How do you tell that's a conspiracy? And people tell me I'm fucking crazy. No, I'm not fucking crazy. Ain't nothing the shit that I fucking talk about is crazy. It's just the facts that people have lost over time. And they tell me that I'm a conspiracy theory, that I want people to jump on board with my craziness. No, they ain't no crazy about it. They've got proof and evidence that they had CIA operatives in the Al-Qaeda that drove the fucking planes into the fucking Twin Towers. They have proof and evidence of the owner of both of those buildings took out a maximum loan, so when the buildings went down, he got paid on fucking insurance claims. How conspiracy is that? How does a third building that's next to it go down if there was no explosions that was ever placed in those buildings? They had scientists even state that the fire, the jet fuel on those planes wasn't even hot enough to burn the beams in those buildings. They even have proof and evidence that the buildings that was built in New York City was built to held any tornado, any hurricane, or any plane to fly through a fucking building in New York City. And that was proven. That was evidence. So you tell me, how does a fucking building go down within 11 minutes of being hit by a plane? Yeah, it took 11 minutes for that plane for those buildings to drop. You go look at demolition and you watch a controlled demolition when they set those fucking chargers off and watch that building drop, it takes 11 fucking minutes. Watch it. Pay attention. Like I said, I've always known that it's been an inside job. I've always known it's been an inside job. And then and for the government to sit here and people from YouTube and from other social media sit here and say that, oh, this guy is fucking nuts. No, there ain't nothing nuts about me. Ain't nothing nuts about me. I'm not crazy. I'm not whacked out of my fucking mind. It's just when you send a teenage child to prison, and all he remembers is shit that happened before he went to prison, and he's stuck in prison for 6 goddamn years, and then get forced to go to prison again for another 2 years. What do you think what do you think runs through my mind all the fucking time? I can tell you everything that happened from fucking when I was in 2nd grade all the way to motherfucking goddamn 6th grade. I can tell you everything that happened from 9/11 on before then. I could tell you everything that happened. I could tell you everything that happened in prison. I just can't tell you what happened from 2002 to 2006 out here in the world, because I don't know. All I know is prison from those times. So when people sit here and say, oh, this guy's fucking crazy. No, he's not fucking crazy. I got a fucking memory that people be surprised to have. Most people, they go to prison, they forget about everything in the past. I can't forget about nothing in the past. I can't forget about nothing. Absolute nothing. And it's just mind blowing and shocking. It's been 24 years, right? It's been 24 years since 9/11, right? But or 25 years since 9/11, right? And it's crazy that I can give you every detail that happened on that day. It's surprising that people don't realize that the news that they reported on that day, they don't realize that they went off the air for a few minutes, then they came back on the air that very same morning. After the first one hit, they went off the air. Then they came back on because they was trying to editing, and they was working on the editing so they can put it on TV. And yes, they was downtown when it happened. The first ones that video taped 9/11, they was the ones that had the actual footage. And all the interviews with firefighters, all the interviews with everybody else that was around within those 3 buildings and everything else, with all the people that was running out of the buildings, they got interviews with. All the ones that survived, they got interviews with the firefighters, the investigators. And what's so crazy is the fire truck that was actually downtown was downtown looking at a gas line main that was the manholes was popping up was bubbling and everything, that's having issues with the manhole covers downtown on that very same day, because they was videotaping fire crews downtown that morning, and you see that footage completely gone. They wiped that from that footage, but there is other footages where the firefighters was downtown looking at main manholes that was having a gas leak issue downtown. When 9/11 happened, that very same truck that was downtown, I don't remember the truck number, but that crew rushed to the Twin Towers that very same morning. They was also had a helicopter news crew that was up in the air as well, that was also filming the same time when the first plane hit. If you guys don't remember, they was also live. They was also live when the first one hit. Then everybody jumped on board with videotapes and live coverage when the second one hit. So you can't sit up in here and tell me I don't remember what the fuck happened. Because I remember what the fuck happened. I remember the first claims out of the White House when they said a jet hit the Pentagon. Well, it's kind of crazy that the Pentagon, where the plane hit, that part of the Pentagon was under construction 6 months prior to 9/11. Now, why would the Pentagon in that specifically area be under construction? And then you got 9/11 buildings, the Twin Towers, under construction 6 months prior, before 9/11. I mean, no one got hurt in the Pentagon because it was controlled. It was controlled to say that people was injured in the part of the building of the Pentagon. Now, first of all, they came out and said it was a 747 Boeing plane that hit the Twin Towers, and there's a few other ones that supposedly got hijacked and was being hijacked and flew into the Pentagon. Well, a 747, if you're not up to grade and up to knowledge of aircrafts, a 747 has 4 engines. Why did the Pentagon find 2 engines in there? Because you got the single planes. Okay, single planes have 2 engines, right? Single planes have 2 engines. The 747 had 4 engines. Why, when they did the investigation, they only pulled out 2 engines out of the blast out of the Pentagon? If a 747 went through and tore up all the tarmac and everything else, the ground and everything else before they landed, a 747 would have gave a bigger hole, and you would have found 4 engines, but you only found 2. So that just automatically tells me that they edit the video for the first one, the first take, and then they try to cover it up and say, oh, well, it was a 747, but we only found 2 engines. You can't have a 747 and only find 2 engines. There's no fucking way. There's just no way you're gonna find 2 engines off of a 747 that has 4. It was a single engine plane that flew into it, and everything else, which was another hijack. But like I said, they had two CIA operatives in the CIA. One of them was flying the plane, and like I stated before in one of my videos that YouTube probably deleted. Now, in one of the videos, I stated that it was an inside man that had to be flying the plane because ain't no fucking terrorist actually gonna fly a plane into a building unless the government has paid you enough money and made you feel that it's worth your life flying into a fucking building. I mean, that's my only capability of trying to find out, to figure out, I mean, that's the only way you're gonna get someone to fly into a building if you got enough evidence and proof to either put him away in prison for a long time, or you're gonna, pretty much have him commit suicide. And that's my only way of trying to figure out, like, how are you gonna have a CIA operative commit suicide in a 747 plane with no passengers on the fucking on the flight? Because there was no passengers on the flight. There was never any passengers on the flight. The original passengers that was on that flight was on a different flight, under a different plane, within the same company. And plane companies, they get paid a lot of money. Now if you can get people to come out and start talking about the truth about shit, that's the main point. People need to know the truth about shit within the government. And see, the government don't want to tell their little secrets and all the backdoor shady deals. They don't want to tell people that. They don't want to let people know, hey, we're spying on you. Hey, we're taxing the fuck out of you. Hey, we're doing this and this and this to you, and we're getting richer and you're getting poorer. I mean, it's just facts of shit that people don't want people to know. The government don't want you to know it. But where everything is being released from, it's crazy. All the documents and all the videos, and they got videos and they got voice recordings, they got tapes, they got clips, they got eyewitnesses, they got ex-congressmen, ex-FBI, ex-CIA, ex this department, that department, army people, fucking military, Air Force people. They're all coming out and fucking whistleblowing on the fucking government. And in my opinion, it needs to happen. It needs to fucking happen. The people need to know what the fucking government is doing. Because if they don't get the government under control with the shit that they're doing, what's the point of having a government? What is the point of us having a government? Why do we need some motherfucker sitting in a White House telling us when the fuck we can wipe our ass? Or how much we're going to be spending on rent this month, or how much money we're going to be spending here, this or this, and everything else. I don't give a fuck that Donald Trump signed a goddamn executive order for minimum wage to be $25. I don't give a fuck about that. That's not the fucking point. The fucking point of it is that the government has been lying to the fucking people for decades. People get killed and murdered and sent to wars because of bullshit, because of the government. And people sit up in here and say they give a fuck about the government? Why? Why do you give a fuck about the government? Because you're scared of them? Because you ain't got no balls to stand up to the fucking government? Fuck the government. Fuck every cocksucking motherfucker in the White House. I don't give a fuck about none of them, because none of them give a fuck about you. You're just a pawn in their Ponzi scheme of get-rich-scheme bullshit. They're never gonna give a fuck about you. They can come up on here and have Donald Trump sit here and have Donald Trump say, oh, we're here for the people. No. You's a businessman trying to be in a politics world that has no fucking clue how politics is run, but then you find out all the shit that the government's been doing decades and decades and decades ago, and you're trying to make it right for the people, but it's already too late. This is 2025, if that's the true year that we're actually in. Because it's funny as fuck how you got all these Tartarian buildings that was built decades ago. Better resources, better technology. And then people sit up in here and they see how they had scooters back in 1700s and 1800s. They have the technology of cell phones and shit back in the day before it even came out. It's funny as fuck how they got all this technology that they had back way before 1900s and 1800s. They had all this technology back then. And now we're just figuring out the technology today. I think what it is, you know, like I said, the government has changed so much shit within the policy of the world and history that's been changed so dramatically of what's going on in the world that people think we're in 2025 and we're probably farther on than 2025. They say there's only 12 months in a motherfucking year. There's actually more than that. There's actually 13 months in a motherfucking year. In April is not the fucking 4th month. April is the 1st fucking month of the fucking year. But people don't believe in that shit either. They changed the fucking calendar. They changed the fucking number system. They changed the fucking days of how many days we have in a motherfucking year. They changed the months and the seasons on us and everything else. What else the fuck they changed on us? Changed the year that we're actually in? I mean, you look at the Tartarian buildings and all the you know, all the shit that's been built, the ancient buildings of, you know, back in the days when they had kings and queens and this war and that war of, you know, with bows and sticks and shit, you know? Like, we're not going forward, we're going backwards. We're going backwards in time. You know, and it just makes me pissed off because it's like they want to regulate all your food, everything that you eat. They're all fucking it up. They want to invent all this crazy shit. But did you guys know that they just found out there's a facility in California that the Chinese has been running for decades in California? That they say it's an American company, but actually is ran by Chinese. That's from China. That's been in California for decades. When they investigated the building recently, they found viruses of measles, hepatitis C, and COVID. Before they slapped a number on it and said it was 19. Did you guys know that? California had their own facility of Chinese people that was living in California, running a big fucking factory of disease shit viruses that can kill people in California. I mean, it's not a hoax of what's going on in California. I mean, you got Governor Newsom blows up the fucking dam, right? Blows up the fucking dam in 2024, right? Right before the fires happen, right? In California. Then you have the fires come in and sweep through California and killing, you know, wipe out all those fucking homes and everything else. Why? Because they had no water in the fire hydrants. Because in 2024, Governor Newsom decided to blow the fucking dam up. So in 2025, when they had the fire outbreak, they didn't have no waters. They had no water system. So tell me how California is not fucking their own people off in California. I don't even live in California. I live in New Mexico, where they got the fucking National Guard posted up here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Why? Because of all the crimes that's going on in New Mexico. They don't want to have another. They don't want to have another problem that they had back in the 50s, where New Mexico residents took over the fucking state. Yeah, that's the reason why it's a Democratic. That's why it's a blue state. Too many fucking pussy ass Democrats, and they're okay. They're okay fucking each other. They're okay with getting fucked up the ass with all the bullshit Democrats put into. You know what I mean? I'm not a Democrat, no Republican. I've never voted, never will vote. I don't give a fuck about voting. I think it's a fucking waste of time. I think it's a bullshit. If you got one leader in there that's running the fucking country and doing for the people that he says he's gonna do, then keep him. If he ain't in there doing his motherfucking job for the people, because that's his motherfucking job, is be there for the people. He ain't there for himself. He ain't there for no fucking Democratic Party or Republican Party. He is there for the people. And if he can't do his motherfucking job, well, his ass can get the fuck out of there. When you got all these fucking cocksuckers coming in there every 4 years or every 8 years trying to run the country, I mean, like I said, Obama was just a fucking big ass joke for the black people, okay? Just to shut them the fuck up because they said, oh, well, we ain't never had no black president. Oh, okay, well, let's go stick this half-breed, piece of shit, two-faced fuck ass in the motherfucker and let them run it for a while. Oh, Obamacare and Obama this and fuck Obama. Fuck Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, and any fucking Democrat cocksucking motherfucker on that side. Because they ain't there for the people. They ain't never gonna be there for the people. They are there to get rich. They are there to get rich. They don't give a fuck about you. You use a pity bank for them while they drive around in their fancy cars, eating their fancy foods, going to fancy places, spending your fucking money on they fancy shit. What they want. They're not there for you. That's why I think mayors and governors are a waste of fucking time. Having a city council and having them to tell us what the fuck we're gonna do. I'm not in prison anymore. You can't tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do. I did 8 years in prison to listen to a fucking guard and a warden tell me when the fuck I'm gonna wipe my motherfucking ass, when I'm gonna get up in the motherfucking morning, and what time I'm gonna fucking go to bed. I live out in the motherfucking world. I don't have nobody tell me what the fuck to do. And I'll be damned if I'm gonna have some fucking cocksucker as a mayor or a governor or a fucking president of the United States or a vice president tell me what the fuck I'm gonna do. I don't give a fuck about none of them cocksuckers. They ain't there for the people. They're there to get rich. They don't give a fuck about you. They have never given a fuck about you. What the fuck has this government did anything for the people? How many people has died for this fucking government? And now the government can sit here and tell you, oh, we're sorry for your loss. Fuck that bullshit. You sent thousands and thousands of people to go fight in a 20 fucking year war that we should have never been there in the first place because 9/11 was an inside fucking job. And now that it's being proven that it was an inside fucking job, people need to know the fucking truth instead of being told the false affirmations and bullshit that the government wants people to hear. We're tired of having your hands shoved out our asses and telling us what the fuck we're going to do with our life. We're human beings, not puppets. We're human beings, not people on strings. We don't need some cocksucker telling us what the fuck we're going to eat that day or what the fuck we're going to do. I don't give a fuck how much the government sits up in here and says, we're here for you. The government don't give a fuck about you. They're never here for you. I don't give a fuck if the President Trump goes over there and signs an executive order for the raise of minimum wage to be $25. All that does for you is say, okay, yeah, you get $25 increase of your minimum wage. Okay. Oh, whippity doo dah. Okay, but how much is your car payment gonna be? How much is your house note gonna be? How much is your fucking rent and your cell phone bill and your electric bill and your gas bill and every fucking thing else gonna be because you got a $25 fucking increase? The minimum wage goes up, that means everything else goes up. Stupid people, wake the fuck up. They giving you what you want, but what you don't understand is when they give you what they want, what you want is more increase of life, of more money that you gotta fork out. And people already bitching about how they can't afford simply motherfucking a dozen of eggs because it's too fucking expensive. How do you think how they gonna think when you get an increase of your minimum wage of $25? Oh, it's a big old, we got $25 increase. Whippity doo fucking dog. Who gives a fuck? How much is your rent gonna be the next month? How much is your car payment going to be? How much is the food that you got to put on your grocery table to feed your kids? How much is that going to cost you? How much is it going to cost you to buy your shoes and your clothes and your household expenses to keep your household running? Stupid. Oh, you got what you want? Yeah, you got a $25 increase. But everything else is going to be increased as well. Watch. And then people are going to be on here on social media bitching and complaining about how everything's too fucking expensive. Well, you wanted an increase, right, motherfucker? You wanted a $25 increase, right? Live with it. They're giving you what the fuck you want. They are listening to what the fuck you want. You want this, 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 and this. The government's giving it to you. When they give it to you, there's a twist to it because not everything that you get is going to increase. And you're going to look stupid. So I don't want to hear nobody. I don't want to hear anybody on social media and a year or 6 months, 9 months later bitching about how they can't buy motherfucking toilet paper to wipe their motherfucking ass because you want a fucking increase of $25 of minimum wage. You get it. Everything else is about to increase too. And then people going to sit here and realize, well, maybe we don't need that $25 increase. Maybe we're okay with the $15 minimum wage that you get. Now you're desperate because that $25, is going to put people into thousands of dollars in their bank account. Yes. And what's so crazy is people in the United States, they're so fucking infatuated and loved with their fucking shit that they buy. They want to post it on the internet. Look what I got! I got a new fancy car! Fuck that shit. That's what's wrong with people. That's what the fuck is wrong with the American people. That they're so infatuated with everything they buy. They want to put it on social media and say, look what I got. They take everything for fucking granted. People in the United States take shit for granted. When you live down the street homeless as a motherfucker with nothing in your pocket, then you understand where the fuck I come from. When you go to prison, you sitting in prison for 8 goddamn years with no money in your fucking pocket, and you gotta go through prison, and yeah, you get three meals a day in a fucking bed to sleep in. Yes, you do, for the time that you're being in prison. But what the fuck do you get when you get out of prison? What the fuck do you get when you get out of prison? What, a $20 fucking dollar bill and a kick out the fucking door after 8 years? And then they sit up here and tell you, well, go out there and make it on your own. But you'll be back in prison in about 6 months, 3 to 6 months. Why? Because it's set up to fail, to make prisoners fail to go back to prison so they can be there more longer, for society to pay for them to be there, because all they know is prison. I know a lot about prison. I know a lot of the in and outs about prison. I know a lot of shit. People don't think prison is not another place to go to. It's a scary motherfucking place where you have to watch your ass 24/7 because you can't trust a motherfucking nobody. And being in prison, you learn to not trust motherfuckers. You learn to you know, be very cautious of who you talk to, because they think you're running with this group or you're running with that group, or you know, it's a race war, gang war in prison. Out here in the world, everybody is interracial. Everybody out here in the world is more okay with interracial marriages and gay same-sex marriages and all that. They're okay out here in the world, but in prison, it's a one-track motherfucking mind. You stay with your own fucking race. You don't interact with other races, because then you'll be thinking you're a traitor for your own race. You get your ass killed for that shit in prison. And then you got other people that are loners that don't want to run with none of that shit in prison. You know? So out here in the world, you motherfuckers out here now in the world have it easy. You ain't got somebody telling you to get up every motherfucking morning. You ain't got somebody telling you to make your motherfucking bed. You ain't got somebody out here telling you to get up to go to motherfucking work every motherfucking morning. You ain't got somebody hovering over your motherfucking back with a shotgun ready to shoot your motherfucking ass when you make a run for it. Out here in the world, you motherfuckers got shit comfortable. You comfortable motherfuckers out here. Everything is handed to you out here in the world. Everything. Everything out here in the motherfucking world in the United States is handed to motherfuckers. And they don't realize you motherfuckers got shit comfortable. And you worry about stupid shit that you don't need to worry about. You always gonna have a roof over your head as long as you pay for your fucking bills. You're always gonna have a roof over your head if you go to fucking work. You're always gonna have shit that you get and you buy is because you work for it and you get it every motherfucking day and every motherfucking month. But the fact of it is, people out here in the world are so fucking comfortable. They're so fucking relaxed about shit. It's like they don't give a fuck about nothing. They live through a simulation world of not giving a fuck what's going on in the world until it's on their back door, and then they want to worry about it. Then they're all worried about everything. They go through life every day. You sleep more in your lifetime than you're awake. Did you guys know that? You sleep more than you are awake. I sleep 4 hours. I don't need 8 hours. I don't need 6. I don't need 5. All that bullshit is shit that they've told you over the years, over the decades. You needed 8 hours sleep so you rested and they go. Do you realize you can live 40 years, 50 years, 60 years of your life, and most of that time you're asleep? You guys realize that, right? You're asleep. I've been alive for 39 years. At midnight tonight, it'll be 39 years. And I sleep 4 hours a motherfucking day. In my 39 motherfucking years, I sleep 4 hours a motherfucking day. Compared to people that sleep 8 hours a day, you sleep most of your motherfucking life away, sleeping. I don't see how people understand that. I don't see how people don't realize that you sleep your life away. I don't understand that. I really don't. I mean, if you look at it, 8 hours a day, you got a 24-hour day period. There's only 8 hours in the day that you sleep. How many hours are you actually awake? times that by 39 years or 40 years or however old you are, and then you tell me how long you slept your fucking life away. All I'm saying is a lot of shit in this world the government don't want you to know. I've noticed it. Okay, like mayonnaise. Okay, you see these TV commercials about mayonnaise. You know, I used to love mayonnaise. I used to use mayonnaise on every sandwich that I've ever made as a kid. The last time I had some real fucking mayonnaise was in 2001. Since then, I've had this Miracle Whip bullshit, real mayonnaise, and this other shit they want to call real mayonnaise. Everything that I had in 2001, all the food tasting, all how food tasted in 2001 to what it is in the last 20 years, it don't taste. Cheese don't taste right. Cheese don't taste right. Fucking the milk is more watered down than the actual milk. The pizzas just don't taste like pizzas. The fucking ice creams are not even fucking ice cream anymore. You know what I mean? And they can't even call it ice cream anymore. They have to call it some other bullshit because it's not ice cream. I mean, the hot dogs, the bologna, the hamburger meat, the food products, the quality of the food products, the taste of shit that I remember in 2001 is not what it is in 2025. Chocolate, the sodas, the candy, the fucking popcorn, the you know what I mean? It don't taste nothing. And I'm dead fucking serious. It don't taste nothing. Dr. Pepper don't taste the same. Fucking root beer don't taste the fucking same. Fucking Sprite, Pepsi, 7-Up, Big Red, fucking off-name fucking shit. Bread don't even taste right. Don't even smell right. It's like you can leave food on the fucking counters and the shit never fucking molds. You couldn't leave a slice of cheese in 2001 on a counter because it would mold and it starts getting all moldy. You couldn't leave a gallon of milk out of the refrigerator in 2001 because if you left it out, it'd get soury and get all start getting all moldy and turn into cheese. In 2025, you stick a fucking gallon of milk on a counter and that motherfucker will still look the same the next day you get up. You can put a cheeseburger on the counter and leave that motherfucker there, and the motherfucker will look the same the next day you get up. The shit that they have in food nowadays, it's not food. It's not food. It doesn't taste like food. It doesn't smell like food. I mean, it's fake. Everything's fake. Artificial, fake shit. It's just all fake, artificial shit. So artificial. Everything's changed. Everything has changed. Food, quality, prices. Like I said in one video, I could buy bubble gum I could buy bubblegum in fucking 2000. In 1999 to 2000, I could buy a handful of fucking bubblegum, 5 pieces of bubblegum for fucking 10 cents. I could buy a bottle, a real glass bottle, fucking Coca-Cola in 1999 for 50 cents. All I'm saying is the government has been fucking with shit for decades. And then they got videos. Now China is coming out with videos of proof that every fucking thing that you buy is made in motherfucking China. Everything is made in China. And they slap logos on it and sell it to you and say it's from this brand. Michael Jordan shoes. Michael Jordan don't make no goddamn shoes. It's his name. It's his number. It's a brand that he profits off of, that China makes, that sends it to another country to slap a fucking thing on there saying it's autistic. And it's not. Everything. Louis Vuitton, Gucci, motherfucking your sunglasses, your fucking watches, your fucking clothes, your shoes, your underwear, your socks, your jackets, your hats, your chains, your little fancy fucking jewelry, everything's made in fucking China. all I'm saying is people were so fucking left behind. It's just amazing. I'm just amazed. I really am. I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed. Yeah, I'm just amazed. Check it out. Check it out. My TV. I've had my my TV on, right? I was watching the race. When I went live, my internet for CenturyLink went out, right? My internet for CenturyLink is connected to my TV. My TV is playing. What are these people's names called? Oh, the Big Bang Theory. Check it out. The Big Bang Theory's been playing on the TV, right? But there's no internet connected to my TV. But they stated that my TV needs internet to run the TV. That motherfucker's playing Big Bang Theory right now. And my internet... I can't show you those fucking cords short. Is that's supposed to be running it for my cell phone and everything else. It is off. It says right there, not connected. But the TV's still playing. Oh shit! Remind me of that. Hold on. I just got an email. CenturyLink is out. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I gotta switch my phone over to the other one, cause yeah, okay. His already connected. Yeah, cause my phone, if it stays, if it runs without no fucking Wi-Fi, this motherfucker eats the shit out of my data on my phone. Yeah, it's a motherfucker, but. Facts about the $20 bill. Facts about the $20 bills. All paper, all dollar bills are made out of his paper. That's all they are. You cut down a tree and then you just chop a tree. And that's what your $20 bills are. That's what the $1 bills are. That's what all your money is made out of a tree. That's then put onto another piece of paper that they certify for government, and then they use a special ink to do it, and then they use these face plant things to do your money, and so they can, like, each president has their own face on each one of the coins, like the pennies and the nickels and the dimes and the quarters and the half dollars. They're all made out of a simple type of material that makes it into a quarter, makes it into a nickel, makes it into a dime, and then your pennies are made into some other type of shit that they have to put into, and they're just printed out. They're printed out and planted like you're doing like whatever, like little face plants, whatever, tablet thingies. Like it's something that they create with whatever they design. That is stamps and just prints out. You know, so they get a copper, right? They get the copper on this big old fucking spool of copper, right? They run it through this machine that then the penny imprint is printed on each one of these motherfuckers with like a press type of thing. They press that prints out and shoots out through the bottom. That then gets altered and has to go through whatever to be altered, so you can be able to use it and plug it. Well, so it goes through it and gets all these numbers and all this shit, and it goes through magnifying glass, all that shit, whatever, and then it gets shipped out. And that's how your pennies and your nickels and your dime and your quarters and your half dollars are made, and all that shit is because it's all printed out through these simple type of whatever the penny and nickel, copper and nickel and all this other shit that's made out of different things, and so they just print it all out. Everything's printed. Your money, your 50s, 100s, and 20s and 10s, and all that shit. It's all printed. It is. It's all printed and everything else, and it's being different this and different that, and they add more shit into it to make it more where it's trackable for the government to track. And all the old bills, they just get supposed to get shredded. Most of them don't get shredded. People still. So they're supposed to go through a fire thing, and all the old bills are supposed to get destroyed, where the new bills come in. So all your money is actually printed, and thousands of trees are being chopped down to make your fucking paper that you want to sit here and bitch about. I want money to buy your little fucking fast food and all your bullshit that you buy. It's all printed. They chop thousands of trees to print that fucking money to keep you fucking happy, when they can just simply do it crypto, and do it all through fucking digital, which would be probably a lot easier, but you also lose the value when you go through the digital. So I mean, you have to look at the point of what's going to bring you more value. Paper is bringing you more value. Keep it around, but a lot of people don't use it because now it's all plastic and all everything's ordered online. You can order everything from Amazon, Walmart, to Big Lots, to motherfucking Dollar Tree, to any fast food restaurant, any clothes department, shoes department. Hell, you can even buy a car online. So I mean, everything is digitalized, and that makes the point, or the value of the money goes down. So when the value of digital go up, the value of the printed money is gonna just drop off. And once they figure out that they can get rid of it, it'll bring the value of digital up where everybody will want to use it. But the problem with using digital is the fact that there's so many fucking people out here that's willing to steal your information, to steal your money out of your bank account, and nothing's ever private. Everything is open. Every account, every bank account, social security card, identification, it's all known. It's just you gotta find places to be able to find it in cyber world to be able to hack into it, to get it, to pull people's phone numbers and social security numbers. And it's not very hard if you know where to look for. But that's the problem. There's too many people that are very smart in computers and hacking and this and this and this and that they want to keep around. So they try to keep those people off the grid so you don't know about them. So the government likes to do this thing they called try to find smart people. You know, that's more higher than on their GPA or GPP, or, you know, more intelligent of, you know, when they take the abstracts test to see how intelligent. When you go and join the Army, Navy, Marines, and all that, they're gonna give you their own little test to see if you're capable and smart of their own shit. But see, the government, they like to keep the smart motherfuckers around. And shit like that, and they like to keep the basic hackers. So you got the intelligent people that work for the CIA, the FBI, the NSA, and the government and all that shit. And so they give them the high paying jobs because they're very intelligent. Now they're not gonna give some jackass that don't know shit, you know, a high paying job as an intelligent smartass. The IQ is higher than most people. You know, they want to keep the smart people, and they want to give people, you know. So you got the basic bitches out here against the intelligent smart fuckers that, you know, cut down the basic bitches because they don't really know shit. So, I mean, that's a problem that we'll have in later on years, decades on before our time. I mean, shit, we'll probably be. I'll say I'll probably be in my 60s, 70s before most of the shit that they want to do come to all be in, you know, flying cars and you know, and all that shit. Eventually we'll get to that point. I mean, it's not hard for the gravity, you know, but I mean, when they figure out some more shit, you know, we'll probably get some flying cars. We'll probably get, you know, more high tech. You know, we'll be like the robot Wall-E, you know, picking up American trash and making square blocks out of it. You know, why the Americans sit in chairs with a Slurpee and fucking shit on their eyeballs. You know, because they're too fucking fat and lazy to do anything for themselves. I mean, that's what it's coming down to. I mean, most Americans nowadays, half the jobs that they don't want to do, they give them to Hispanic people because they're willing to do the fucking job, and they're illegals, and they'll get the job done. And seeing the job problems that people are bitching about is the jobs that most Americans don't want. Most Americans don't want to go do plumbing job. Most Americans don't want to do concrete. Most Americans don't want to do the hard back labor, real fucking jobs that keeps the community going. They don't want to do those real jobs. So they hire illegals that's undocumented that they can pay in dollar bills, you know, because it's more easy to pay in dollar bills off the records. So then the company doesn't know that you're paying for illegals to do your job. That if you look in the world of the United States of America, most of your buildings, most of your housings, most of your apartments, and everything that you fucking live in are built from Hispanics that was underpaid from underneath the fucking table. And American people, they sit up in here and talk about how they just want to get rid of all the illegals and this and this and this. What they don't realize is they pick your fucking vegetables. They pick your fucking food. They're the ones out there picking cotton to put on your fucking, to make your little fancy jackets and your fancy clothes, motherfucker. Okay? They're doing the work that you don't want to fucking do. That you slaved black people into doing back in the day, but now you got the Mexicans doing it because the Mexicans are willing to get paid underneath the fucking table to live in America, to live the American dream that everybody talks about, that's a fucking joke. Okay? So let's get real about why they want to get rid of the illegals. Well, because you got cartels and you got other problems that comes in that actually does rape and kill your children and is here selling drugs in the United States. Yes, that is true. But then you have the other ones that are here that are trying to make an honest living, that want to work and live here and to have American dream because they've always heard about American dream and they wanted to come to the States to work. Now I don't mind them coming to work if they're working. If they're paying bills, doing everything right, that's fine. I don't give a fuck. But if they're here illegally raping and killing and destroying shit in the United States, then yeah, they need to be gone. That's a different story. But you can't sit here and say get rid of all the illegals, because then who's gonna pick your fucking oranges and your goddamn grapes and your fucking bananas and your fucking apples and your fucking watermelon and your fucking pumpkins? Who's gonna cut down your fucking trees and do your fucking landscaping? Who's gonna fucking pick the goddamn cotton in the fucking fields when you fucking want a Louis Vuitton jacket or some fucking nice ass pair of fucking shoes? Who's gonna go out there and bust their ass to rebuild your foundation of your fucking home? Ain't no fucking white boy gonna go and climb underneath no motherfucking house and pump your fucking house up on some fucking jacks and some shimmies and re-level your fucking house. Ain't no white boy gonna go stand out in the motherfucking sun picking some goddamn apples and fucking oranges. Why? Because they too fucking lazy. They'd rather make it easy standing inside of a fucking building all day pushing a motherfucking button or doing something the fuck else. Why? Because it's easier motherfucking work. They ain't gotta stand out in the fucking sun where it's beating down on you. Hard labor motherfucking work. See, a lot of motherfuckers don't understand the difference between working and not working. They want to talk about fast food people, talking about, oh, it's easy to work at fast food. Okay. Let me ask you this. Would your bitch ass go work at a fucking fast food restaurant? You wouldn't, would you? I have. I've worked in landscaping. I've done landscaping, I've done plumbing, I've done roofing, I've done construction, I've done rebar laying, I've done fucking concrete laying, I've rebuilt structures, I've fucking worked in auto mechanics, I worked in fucking warehouses, I worked in tire places of taking tires off of fucking semis and restacking them in the fucking warehouse. I've done fast food restaurants from cook, chef, water from fucking table boy to fucking cook, to pre-cook. I've done motherfucking managing jobs. I've done every motherfucking job and every opportunity that everybody's ever given me. And I never bitched about my motherfucking job. Never once I ever bitched to any company, to any person that I've ever worked for about my motherfucking job. When I worked in factories of slaughtering cows and shit in Corpus Christi, Texas, I never bitched about it. Why? Why? Because it's money. It's a fucking job. It kept me busy. I didn't give a fuck what job I had. I never bitched about the jobs that I ever had. Never once. I went to work sick. I went to work regardless. I went to motherfucking work. If I was dead ass tired and I didn't want to go to motherfucking work, I didn't give a fuck. I went to motherfucking work. There's not one day I ever missed a work. Not one day I ever fucked up on my job at work. Not one day I ever done something wrong on my job ever. in any job I've ever had. Not once that I've ever had to go see see the boss in the office because I was fucking up my job. Not once. I've done worked in fast food restaurants where I was high off of cocaine doing my motherfucking job every night while I was on cocaine. I've done motherfucking roofing jobs when I was on cocaine. I've done motherfucking fucking plumbing jobs, electrician jobs. I've done landscaping. And the only reason why I've ever got fired from any of those jobs is because I had a seizure on the job. Not because of the way that I worked. Not because of the way I carried myself and got the fucking job. Because I got the job done every motherfucking time I went to work. There was no complaining out of me. There was no nothing. I had a job that the job was going to get done regardless what time the fuck I left. I didn't give a fuck if it was 2, 3 o'clock in the motherfucking morning. If the restaurant that I worked in the kitchen was dirty as a motherfucker and it needed to be clean before I left that motherfucking establishment, that motherfucker was going to be clean. No employee was going to leave that motherfucking kitchen until that motherfucker was clean. Every dish, every rack, every floor, wall, everything. I was always high on some shit. But the difference between me doing my job while I'm high is the difference from motherfuckers doing their job when they're high. They can't do their job when they're high. I can. I do a lot of shit when I'm high. Shit. I'm high all the motherfucking time. And it doesn't affect any work that I've ever done. Never been hurt on the job. Never been written up on a job. Never been fired from a job because of how I work. I've been fired from jobs because of epilepsy, seizures. There's a big difference. There's a big difference from people that go to work and complain about their motherfucking job and they get fired, from someone that goes to work and shuts his fucking mouth and does his fucking job like he's supposed to and gets fired from having seizures. I'd rather have someone that goes to work with seizures that does his fucking job than have some lazy son of a bitch go to his fucking job and complain about it every motherfucking day. Every fucking day. Because honestly, if you look at it, how many Americans is willing to go bust open a fucking pipe underneath the house that has rats and snakes and shit and roaches and bugs? How many? Not a lot of you. I would. I've done it plenty of times. How many people were going to go out there and climb underneath the car and fix shit underneath a car that needs to be fixed? Not a lot of you. Not a lot of you stand out in the fucking sun and pick potatoes or pick fucking carrots or radishes or tomatoes or you know, whatever, you know. They don't want to do that type of job. That's the reason why we have illegals in the United States, is because Americans don't want to do half these jobs that they say they want. When they had the opportunity to do those jobs, did they want to do those jobs? No. They went out and built a machine to do those jobs for them because they didn't want to do it. But they claim that they do hard-ass back-breaking work every day. You getting in your pickup, driving to your fucking job to go push a fucking button all day is not doing work. You can sit at home and do the same fucking thing. It's just common sense. Eventually, what's going to take place is that all these businesses are going to get tired of motherfucking complaints. They're going to shut their fucking doors, and they're going to make you buy every motherfucking thing online. And I can't wait until people complain about that shit. Because then they're going to complain about, well, my order's taking too long. I ordered it 2 weeks ago. It should have been here 2 days ago, and it's late. I can't wait for it. Because then you're going to have all these motherfuckers on social media talking about, oh, I ordered this, this, and this a week ago or 2 weeks ago. It's supposed to be here. Where the fuck is that? I spent all this money on this shit. Where the fuck is that? And they're going to be just like that. They're going to be on the internet crying like a little bitch because now they have to wait for their shit to be delivered to them because they're no longer able to walk into a store anymore and get shit off the shelf because they bitched about it too much. Oh, the employees are shit. Oh, they charge us for this. Oh, I don't want to ring up myself. Where's the person that's supposed to ring me up at? How fucking lazy are you? I'm just saying. This is coming from a legally disabled person that can't get a job. That's already had all the jobs that everybody's had. Now, I've been a manager for Popeye's Chicken. I've been a manager for McDonald's. I've been a manager for fucking Dollar Tree. I've been a manager for Family Dollar. I've been a manager for fucking Golden Corral. I've worked as a prep, a cook, a dishwasher, a bus boy, and a motherfucker that walked around the parking lots at Whataburger and shit, picking up cigarette butts out of the fucking parking lot. To becoming a fucking manager, running the fucking establishment. I've walked to door, knocking on doors with a fucking clipboard, selling electricity rates to people that was buying, that was interested in switching electricity companies from one electricity to another company. I went from door to door selling gas rates of which gas company you should go with and which company you shouldn't go with. I went from fucking selling Avon products, lipstick, eyeliner, and fucking perfume, going door to door selling motherfucking Avon. So don't sit up out here and tell me that this disabled motherfucker cannot have a motherfucking job. But the fact of it is, I cannot because the government refuses to give me a job because I'm epileptic. I was born with it. 39 years. 39 motherfucking years I've had seizures. And the government tells me I cannot work because you're epileptic. Well, it's funny how in some states I was able to work under the table. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I did under the table, just like an illegal Mexican that wants to get a job. So all the jobs that I talk about, all the things that I just said about roofing, construction, and rebar and all that shit. Yeah, I did all that shit under the table. Yeah, I sure did. Sure the fuck did. So because a lot of people don't want to take a risk on hiring someone that has epileptic. So what they do is they say, okay, well, we'll work you underneath the table. We'll pay you in cash instead of using your social security card because we don't want you on our books. So we'll pay you under the table. And that's how a bunch of people, that's how illegals are getting paid is under the table because they don't get paid with a social security card number. Now, a lot of people like to get paid with the cash because cash is not really being transactions are not really following cash anymore. They're more following credit card numbers and social security numbers and all this other shit. It's a lot of different things when you've been homeless 9 times in your fucking lifetime and you've done 8 years in prison. And you're legally disabled in California, Texas, and New Mexico, and you can't work in neither one of those 3 states because you're legally disabled, it's a problem. It's a problem. What I make on Social Security disability wouldn't pay half most of you guys' bills. I'm gonna just tell you that. What I get paid on Social Security disability every month won't even pay most of you guys' $1,000 rent. I make under $1,000 a month. I make the total amount that I currently make right now is $11,338 a year. Now you look at what my income is, and then you look at other incomes that has two people in the household compared to what I make. There's no way what I make could even help with either one of someone else's situation. And see, I've been living in the same. I've been paying the same owner as of April 15th this month. I've been paying the same owner 14 years. I've been paying the same owner for 14 motherfucking years. 14 years I've been on Social Security disability. I've been paying this owner to the apartment complex that lives in California for 14 fucking years. I've had the internet, my CenturyLink internet, I've had it for 13 years. I've lived in Albuquerque, New Mexico since 2009. September 16th, 2009. I've lived under three different other apartment complexes. But I've never lived in three different complexes under the same owner. I've been in this apartment in July, July 10th, 2025, I'll be in this apartment from 2015 to 2025. 5 years in this apartment. On this apartment complex, I've been here since 2013. So it'll be 13 years on this apartment complex. It's been 14 years with the same owner that I've been paying rent to for 14 years. My son is 14 years old. I've been in New Mexico since 2009. My son was born in 2010. So you tell me. What I make on Social Security disability, it probably wouldn't pay most of you guys' motherfucking medical bills. I mean, your cell phone bill is what, about $200, 200 something bucks a month. I get paid about $960 a month. Okay? That's what I get paid. $960 a month. And that's what I live on. And 2024, I got paid $934. In 2022, I got paid $886. So like every year we're supposed to get like a $15 increase or something like that. But when Joe Biden was there, he gave it to us one time, increased our payment one time, and so the last 3 years we have not had an increase. Donald Trump took over. His first term, he gave us an increase in his first term that he was there. And then since he's taken over again this time, we got another increase. But other than that, I mean, we went 4 years without an increase. We got an increase one time when Obama took presidency. We got one increase when motherfucking uh uh when one one increase when Obama took office and when Joe Biden took office, and we got two increases when Donald Trump was in there the first time, and then we got another increase when he took over this time. So since then, since Donald Trump's been in there, he's done what he's done for the Social Security disability. Now that's never gonna be taken. Everybody's worried about Social Security being taken. That's not going nowhere. That's one thing that isn't gonna go anywhere, because they look at it for the Social Security people that are disabled, that cannot work. And see, a lot of people are mad because people that are disabled get paid to be disabled. I'm gonna put it this way: people that are disabled when they're born and they're already disabled, that's not their fault. And a lot of people don't understand that, because no one is born in this world wanting to be disabled. You think I was born wanting to have epilepsy? Fuck no. I got epilepsy because of my mother, her mother, and my dad's mother that had it. So it was found to be, it passed my sister, and it went to me. It passed my brother and my other brother, and went to my and passed my other brother. So I mean, out of 5 kids that my mom had, I was the only one that got it. But one of my grandmothers had 16 kids, and out of 16 kids, only one had seizures. Out of my other grandmother that had 18 kids, there's only 3 of them that had seizures. So if you look at it, it's hereditary in the family to get epilepsy. It depends on how bad your epilepsy is. Like mine, I have 9 different types of seizures. I have 9 different types. There's so many different types of seizures out there that people don't have a fucking clue about. And people, they're afraid of people that have seizures, and it's a natural thing. It's a natural thing for someone that's epileptic, but for someone that's normal, that don't have no fucking problems with them, it's a mind fuck, because they've never seen it. They never heard of it, and it scares them. So not everybody that is born that is disabled, that's on Social Security disability, is legally disabled. Most of them don't have problems until years later, and then they get on disability. But most of us that are disabled, that are born disabled, we get shit we get shit on, because people out here in the world want to take the money that we get paid from the government because we're legally disabled. Believe me. If a motherfucker gave me an opportunity to have a job, I'll go to it. I'll go to work. But the problem of it is I'm a high risk of being hired, because I have 9 different types of seizures. You know what I mean? So it's not some fucking cakewalk, oh yeah, we'll just give you a job and say come to work. No, it's the problem of, am I going to be working outside that's 85 degrees? If so, I'm likely to have a seizure. If I'm working in different conditions of, you know what I mean? Because certain conditions I can't do, because it throws me into a seizure. I can't put on a jumpsuit and a fucking racing helmet, because it throw me into a seizure. I can't put on a jumpsuit and walk around in the fucking yard cutting the grass with a weed eater because that jumpsuit will throw me into a seizure. I can't go and sit in a what is those fucking steam rooms? I can't go sit in a steam room because that'll trigger me going into a seizure because of the fucking steam and the hotness. So there's a problem with most of the jobs that I do because of the problem. Is it too hot? You know what I mean? Or it's situations like trying to be a DJ. I love music, but I can't be a fucking DJ. I can't go to strip clubs. I can't go to fucking nightclubs because of the fucking the disco shit and all the fucking lights going. I can't do it because it triggers my fucking epilepsy. So no, I don't go to strip clubs. I don't go to nightclubs. I don't go to club. I don't do it. I don't do it because it triggers it. I can't drive at night. I can't drive at night because some fucking reason it doesn't, but I can't drive at night. If I had a driver's license, I can only drive during the day, and I have to have a passenger. Well, I've been single since 2015. I'm not gonna get a girlfriend just so she can sit in the fucking passenger seat. You know what I mean? This is not gonna work that way. I can't even check it out. I can't even go in there and wash dishes, put my hands into the sink if the water is way too hot because of the trigger me going into a seizure. I can't take a shower in a steaming hot fucking shower like normal people can because it triggers me into a seizure. I can't sit in a bathtub with steaming hot water because it triggers my seizures. I know because I've done it plenty of times and it's not a great outcome. I've had the point where I was taking a shit on the shitter one time and I went into a seizure while I was taking a shit. I went grocery shopping one time. I was pushing the shopping cart, right? And I was getting stuff off the shelves. I was grocery shopping, right? And I was walking down the fucking aisle, right? Out of the blue, I have a fucking seizure. I'm laying on the fucking, in the grocery aisle having a fucking seizure on the fucking ground. So yeah, it's when I was younger, I was capable of doing a lot more shit that, that I'm not able to do now because of the seizures. Like certain kind of marijuana, I can't smoke it because it'll throw me into a seizure. Certain alcohol, certain alcohol throws me into a seizure. Even though, epileptic things supposed to do no fucking drugs or don't drink or nothing like that. Hell, we can't even have a firearm because if we have a firearm, we have a seizure and you go plow, 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 shooting off of everywhere while you're having a fucking seizure. That's a problem. That's why you can't be a fucking cop. You can't put on the fucking uniform, be a firefighter because you have epileptic. That fire suit would throw you into a seizure, and if you're going into a fire and you got somebody on your fucking shoulders and you carrying their ass out of the fucking fire and you wearing the suit, you go into a seizure, you and the victim's fucked. Because now you're in a fucking fire suit, burning, having a fucking seizure while you're trying to help the victim that's laying next to you, screaming for help because she's on fire. That's the reason why you can't be a fucking firefighter. You can't be a police officer because you can't get past training because of the firearm situation, because no one's gonna want to give you a pistol and give you a badge and say, okay, well here's you a pistol and a badge. You're epileptic. You're not gonna get no motherfucker. That's why the government won't take me. Everybody in my family works for the government. Everyone that doesn't have a medical problem works for the government. And the ones that don't work for the government work in the oil field, or they work in some other part of the government. So yeah. People that bitch about their fucking jobs and how they live their fucking life, be grateful you got it. Be grateful there ain't nothing fucking wrong with you. Because you can live my life. Broke all the time. Don't got no motherfucking money for vacations. Can't get in the fucking vehicle because you might have a seizure. Can't walk out your door because you might have a fucking seizure. Can't take a fucking hot shower because you have a seizure. You know what I mean? It's like you want to live your life like that. That's why I always say I'd rather have cancer because I can beat cancer. By chemotherapy and radiation and all this, I can beat cancer. And yeah, it may come back and I'll beat the motherfucker again. But one thing you can't ever get rid of is seizures. So everybody that's epileptic, everybody that's sitting in a chair, confined to a chair with a trach in their throat, breathing off of a tube for the rest of their life, since they was born, I hate it when motherfuckers talk about how we should get our money taken from the people paying into Social Security disability. Because I tell you right now, if I wasn't disabled, I'd rather be working than living on disability. I look just like you. On the outside, I look just like you. I can walk, talk, shit, shoot guns, I can fight, I can do all the shit that you can do. The only difference is I have epilepsy. The only problem with it is everybody's afraid to hire someone like me. But I guarantee I'll do your fucking job better than you can. I won't bitch about my job. I won't bitch and complain about, oh, I gotta stand on my feet for fucking 8-9 hours, or I gotta fucking push a button, or I gotta do this inventory or that inventory. Most Americans in this motherfucking world take credit for what the fuck they have. I wish I had the opportunity to go flip burgers in McDonald's again. I wish I had the opportunity to go work in KFC or Popeyes or Golden Corral, flipping hamburgers and making meals and feeding people and making people happy. I miss fucking cooking. I miss fucking being in a restaurant. I love cooking. I love to cook. I don't like cooking no more. I don't cook. I haven't cooked anything since 2009. I don't cook no more. I don't cook for myself no more. I buy everything pre-fucking cooked and I just throw it in the fucking oven. Because I don't care about cooking no more. I love cooking. I love flipping hamburgers. I love making tomatoes and cutting up lettuce. I love working at Taco Bell and Pizza Hut and Golden Corral and Furs and Sonic and Wendy's and Whataburger. Yeah, I worked all those fucking jobs. And I ran circles around motherfuckers that used to work in those fucking jobs. Sure did. I know everything, how everything is made in every restaurant that everybody eat at. I know how long it takes. I know if it's fresh off the truck that day or if it was a day later that they use the product. Because everybody says that their products is fresh. No, they're not. They get 2 trucks a week. Every fast food company gets 2 trucks a week. And two trucks a week, they unfill those trucks and everything goes into the walk-in. They cold date it, they mix it, they do everything they have to do, get it all prepped for the next day, and everything's made for the next day. Everything's made for the next day. Nothing's ever fresh. It's all prepped for the next day. Golden Corral, Pizza Hut, your pizza dough and everything else, that's already pre-made the day before. So when you go in there today to buy today's pizza dough, it's actually made yesterday. It was just made yesterday, put on a cooking tray, and put a tag on it stating for it to be used today. So you're actually eating a day old pizza dough when you go to Pizza Hut, Little Caesars, and everything that buys. Every fast food is always prepped the day before, so when they come in the next day, they just prep for the next day. And and the reason why I know this is because I was a prep for fucking Golden Corral. I was a prep for Little Caesars. I was a prep for KFC, Churches, Popeyes, McDonald's. I was the one that's taking the shit off the trucks and refilling the fucking shelves. I was the one that was doing all the shit in every restaurant. When I started out, I was the bottom of the totem pole, wiping tables and sweeping floors. And then I worked my way up to the fucking manager position. Believe me, I'd rather be a cook. I'd rather be a cook in any fast restaurant than being a fucking supervisor or a fucking manager. Why? Because a cook gets paid in paychecks. Managers and supervisors get paid on salary. Fuck salary. It's not worth shit. So, when people sit up in here and say, oh, well, they had a hard day at work. Congratulations. You have a fucking job. Don't bitch about it. Because I'm going to be 39 in less than 6 hours. In less than 6 hours, I'll be 39 motherfucking years old. 4/20 is my birthday. So don't bitch about what the fuck you got today. Because maybe tomorrow you won't fucking have it. Stop being ungrateful for the shit that you got. You don't need your little fancy watches and your fancy clothes and your fancy trucks and your fancy... You don't need all that fancy shit. You don't need fancy shit to make your friends like you. If your friends don't like you for who you are, then they ain't your motherfucking friends. Get some friends that likes you for you, your personality, who you are, who you stand for, what you do in your motherfucking life. Stop trying to always be friends with other people that don't give a fuck about you. Stop trying to be always fucking, oh, looky what I got type of motherfucker. Always be someone that you think that you think you can be looked forward to become or be better than always be better than someone else. Because in the world of society, they sit here and tell you, well, you can't be this because you don't have this degree or you don't have that. Motherfuckers, just put it this way. All the jobs that everybody's worked in, every job that everybody's worked in and complained about, I've been in. Okay? I have no high school diploma. I have no GED. And no, I never went back to school. Education sucks. It has always sucked. And the thing of it is that if you're not willing to learn on your own, see, everything I've learned the hard way, because I've always been stubborn to never take no fucking handouts from fucking nobody. I don't want people's charity. I don't need a woman to cook and clean and do my laundry and do my grocery shopping and do everything. That's not why I want a woman. I want a woman to be in a relationship with that sees eye to eye on everything. And see, you don't find people in this world that is not inconsiderate and you know, too high and mighty of themselves. See, I don't need fancy shit to make me look fancy. I don't need fancy shit to make me look smart or look like I'm wealthy. I don't need fancy shit. I put on the same fucking jacket every motherfucking day. Either I go outside or I not go outside. If it's cold outside or it's not cold outside. I sit in two fucking AC that has AC on under 60 every day with a ceiling fan. I live in a cold environment because I'm used to living in a cold environment because of my seizures. So there's a lot of things I cannot do and I can do. And yeah, I sit in a jacket. Yeah, it gets cold. So I sit in the jacket. You know what I mean? I don't go outside. I don't hang out with people. I don't care to hang out with people because those are not my friends. A lot of people in this world have got used to social media saying, oh, well, you need this friend or that friend, or you need to eat this, or you need to eat that. You need to wear this to have this type of friends. You need to have this kind of business or this education to have these type of friends so you can be more educated and more fun with these type of people. In reality, it's all a manipulation bullshit. I've been in New Mexico since 2009. I could tell you how many chicks I fucked. And I can tell you how many friends I have. 0 friends. And fucked about 15 different other women since 2009 in New Mexico. Been married once. I got 2 baby moms. So, no. Do I hang out with people? No. To be honest, I don't know half these people in this motherfucking New Mexico. And I care less to know about. Because I don't care. I'm used to being by myself. I'm used to being, doing things myself. You know what I mean? I never had any, let me call my dad for money or call my mom for money. You know what I mean? I never been that type of person. If I didn't have it, I didn't need it. You know what I mean? And that's how I look at life. You know what I mean? I look at what I have, and I budget everything off of what I have, so I can be able to pay for everything that I currently pay for, so that way it be paid. I don't care to go out to eat. I don't care to go to the movie theaters. I don't care to go to fucking vacations. I don't care to buy a car. I don't care to fucking I don't care to buy none of that shit. I don't care to go. I don't. I've been to 3 different states. I lived in 56 different cities. You think I give a fuck about going and seeing the rest of the goddamn world? No. If I do choose, it'd be probably Philippines, Japan, China, North Korea, South Korea, Vietnamese, somewhere off over there. I'll go visit over there. Hell, I even purchased a motherfucking building over there to rent out for people that need a place to live, and they'll just pay me the money, and give it, own a property there and live here in the United States. Oh wait, other business people already do that. That's how they became rich. But anyways, I mean, I could do that. I mean, because I'll tell you what, my $11,000 that I make every year, and I'll be honest, I don't even see it. I don't even see it. You get $960 a month. It goes to your rent, your cell phone payment, your internet, your groceries, your insurance. Why? I don't know. Your medication and shit like that, I'd probably have maybe about $300 left over. Maybe if I didn't go over my bank account the month before, But even that, I mean, it's not a whole lot. You know what I mean? I don't care to watch cable television. I don't care to buy fast food. I don't care to go to movie theaters. I really don't. I don't care to leave my apartment. I always don't care. You know what I mean? Because it's not the fact that I'm safe in my apartment. I don't give a fuck if I'm safe or not. It's just the fact that when you sit in prison for 8 years, you get used to the small spaces. You get used to it. You know what I mean? So a lot of people would say, well, goddamn, this guy is just out of his fucking mind. He sits in his apartment every day. He never leaves. How the fuck do you do it? Well, I watch TV sometimes. I listen to music all the time. I get high all day long. Um, I turn on and off my computer about 4 or 5 times a fucking day. I turn on my TV about 4 or 5 times a fucking day. I walk up and I pace back and forth all day long. I talk to myself. I have conversations with myself. I write things down. I do a lot of calculation. Yeah, I have a lot of mental problems. Um, you know, one minute I want to do this, next minute I want to do something else. If something's not interesting, I'll jump to something else and do that. If if that video game's not interesting, I get bored. I jump off of it and get on something else. If I'm just tired of streaming, I'll just get off whenever the fuck I want to. You know what I mean? Um, when I find things that are not interested anymore, I just it's gone. I find something else. You know, my mind. I never have a decent conversation in the brain. You know, I'm always thinking about other things. You know, like I'm sitting here having a conversation and I'm thinking about NASCAR for tomorrow while I'm having a conversation. I'm thinking about NASCAR and thinking about what I'm going to make for dinner while I'm having a conversation. So I think about a lot of different things in the process of doing things, you know? Like I could be doing ATS driving and I'll be wanting to do something else. I can be listening to music and I know a lot of people leave because of my singing, you know, they don't like my singing. And that's fine, you know. I mean, I'm not a perfect singer, you know. I like music, I enjoy singing. I'm not afraid to sing on stream, you know. Um, I feel comfortable to sing, you know. I sing in the shower, you know what I mean? I sing all the time, you know. I like music and, you know, and some people don't like it, you know. I mean, I don't get paid to stream, so I really don't give a fuck, you know. I mean, I've never got paid for being a streamer. Never have. Probably never will. Cause I'll tell you right now, I don't understand how to get paid. Um, I've looked it up multiple times, and I probably could get paid. I mean, fuck, I've got 25 different YouTube channels. I've got 18 different Facebooks. I've got over 106 different email accounts. I've got multiple Steam accounts. I got multiple YouTube channels. I got multiple Instagram channels. I got multiple Facebook accounts. I got multiple. Yeah, I got multiple of everything. I've got 18 different PlayStation accounts. I've got 7 different Xbox accounts. Yeah. I I'm just I just keep. I mean, you know what I mean. I'm if something's not satisfying me, I just go to something else. If I'm not finding enjoyment at something, I'll do something else. Conversations, I can jump on a conversation like no problem. Switch from one conversation to a different conversation. I have no problem. I talk about any goddamn thing. You know what I mean? I don't have the issue with it. You know what I mean? I'm not biased on anything. I don't hate nobody. I'm not racist to anybody. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I like talking about anything. I tell you, I'll be honest. I fucked one white girl my whole fucking life and fucked more black chicks, Asian chicks, Spanish chicks, Mexican chicks than I fucked white chicks in my whole fucking life. And my skin color is white. I don't fuck white girls. I'd rather fuck Mexican, Puerto Rican, Chinese, Korean, and any motherfucking other race than a white girl. I'm just saying, white girls are fucking stupid, blonde head, stupid, dumb bitches. They can't figure out what their ABCs are. You know, they think everything should be handed to them because their daddy's this or their daddy. I don't give a fuck about your daddy, motherfucker. Shit, I'm dating you. I want to be with you. I don't want to be with your daddy or your mommy or any of that. You want that? Go back to them, you know? And see, I don't fuck with white girls because white girls think because they're white, they have everything open to them in the world and everything should be handed to them. And honestly, I don't feel that they should. You know what I mean? And that's the problem with white people. And I'm fucking white. I'm fucking white. But I don't fuck no white girl. Fuck that shit. I'll fuck any goddamn other race. I got married to a native girl. I've got kids by 2 native chicks. So that ought to tell you, I'll have kids by any other race and get married to any other motherfucking race before I get married to a white girl. And I'm fucking white. I'm just being honest. I don't date white girls. I don't find them attractive. I find them immature, underrated, overrated. Too many goddamn princesses. Too many fucking handouts. And they think a man should do everything for the woman. No, bitch. I ain't your daddy. I ain't your motherfucking mommy. You're a grown-ass adult. You better start cooking and get a job like a grown-ass adult. Stop looking for these motherfucking handouts. I was raised in a time where the mother stayed home and cooked and cleaned and took care of the motherfucking kids and had a hot meal on the motherfucking table when the man came home with a paycheck. I was raised in the times where the woman stayed home and cooked and cleaned and took care of the kids. What motherfucking woman do you see in the last fucking 15 years or 20 goddamn years that's willing to stand in that motherfucking kitchen and cook and clean and take care of the goddamn kids? Most of them don't even know how to fucking boil a goddamn egg, but they want to be married to you. What the fuck are they gonna do for you? Suck you off and hand job your ass? That's all they're good for. I mean, really, if man really took the opportunity and out of their time to go in there and learn how to load a fucking dishwasher, if a man learned how to go in there and make a motherfucking pie, go in there and bake his own goddamn cookies and his own goddamn shit, and be able to go and grocery shop and pay for his own motherfucking bills, he would never, ever think about ever needing a motherfucking woman to do anything ever the fuck else. See, raising up in the family, my mother always taught me, never depend on a woman to do shit for you. You want it done, you do it yourself. And anything I've learned from my mother, that's one thing I've always learned. Never depend on any motherfucking body. Even when I was married, I never depended on my wife to cook or to clean or do any motherfucking thing. Why? Because she didn't do nothing. She didn't cook. She didn't clean. She didn't fucking pay bills. She lived home with her parents for 30 fucking years. She is 6 years older than I am. You would think she would learn how to cook and boil a motherfucking egg. She will learn how to make some motherfucking rice or make a motherfucking sandwich or learn how to make make something. 30 years old and she couldn't cook boil a fucking egg. I only married her because she was pregnant with my son. I didn't marry her because I wanted her to be my fucking wife. I didn't marry her because I loved her and wanted to be with her for the rest of my fucking life. Just knowing the fact that she couldn't boil a fucking egg, I don't need that bitch. I don't need that bitch. I can do that shit my goddamn self. I go grocery shop. I can grocery shop, pay my own goddamn bills, do everything my motherfucking self, and I have been since 2001. Last 24 motherfucking years, I've been doing shit on my motherfucking own. I don't depend on nobody. You can't. And that's the difference between me and a lot of people in this world, because then they're gonna look at this video and say, well, this guy, he just despises women. No, I don't despise women. I just hate the fact that they can't cook. I hate the fact that they are so fucking incompetent that they can't do nothing in a fucking kitchen anymore. But they want a man. They want a man for what? For what? So they can buy the house for you? So they can buy the vehicles that you want to drive? So they can buy your shoes and your clothes and the food that you eat because you're too fucking lazy to get up to go get a fucking job? Because you can't cook in the fucking kitchen, more or less be able to fuck in the bed, because half these women can't even fuck in bed. Most of them don't even suck dick or want to get fucked anymore. They just lay there and say, well, you done yet? Most of the women in the United States don't even want a boyfriend. All they want is the fact of having a man so they can get what the man has. They don't want a man. Most of them have has a boyfriend and they still fucking other men because why? Because that's who they want to be with. They don't want to be with you. They're only with you because you got money in your pocket. You got a nice fancy house, you got a vehicle, you got a job, you got income coming in, and you got a piece of ass at home that can't cook or clean. All she's taking you for is your money. While she's out getting fucked by other guys, while you at work busting your ass at work every day to pay for everything, her lifestyle that she's living, because evidently you're not living it. Are you at home every day sitting on the couch, eating ice cream, watching soap operas, and talking on the phone with your friends? No, you at work busting your ass off while this bitch is at home eating up all your food. You wonder why all your shit's gone, why a man ain't never got nothing. It's because a bitch ain't never gonna do nothing. She gonna sit at home and eat up everything. She ain't gonna learn how to cook, she ain't gonna learn how to clean, she ain't gonna learn how to do shit. But these women wanna talk about how they want a relationship. I don't want no bitch that can't cook. I don't want no bitch that can't cook. Clean, cook, pay bills. I don't want no bitch that don't have no job. I want a bitch that has a job. Not because of her money. I want a bitch that has a job because then that bitch goes to work every motherfucking day instead of sitting on my motherfucking couch, eating up all my motherfucking food, using up my motherfucking electricity that she ain't fucking paying for. So yes, I want a chick that goes to work every motherfucking day, not because of your fucking money, because I don't need your motherfucking money. Money don't turn me on. You could throw $1 million on the table. I'm not gonna get happy about it. Money ain't gonna change me like it's changed every fucking body else. They need every fucking thing fancy as fuck. Man, I live broke as every motherfucking day. I'm broke every motherfucking day. I'm happy being broke. I'm happy as a motherfucker knowing that I don't have to be worried about this credit card or that credit card or this or that. I don't have to worry about none of that shit. Because I ain't spending money on bullshit that I don't fucking need. I'm happy the way the fuck I live. My place is clean because I clean the motherfucker. If I'm hungry, I go cook something. If I don't want to cook, then I order something and I get something to eat. Mostly it's fucking, what is it, candy? Was it candy? Yeah, cause I'm a junkie. I like junk food. I don't give a fuck about going in there and cooking a fucking meal. I don't give a fuck about ordering a motherfucking McDonald's or Whataburger or Burger King or Sonic or whatever the fuck. I don't care about eating regular food. I'd rather eat candy because I like candy. I love the fuck out of candy. I don't give a fuck. I got 12 bottles of root beer sitting underneath the fucking counter. I got 2 boxes of 24 soda cans that I've already gone through. I've got candy that I bought last night, $75 worth of candy last night that I'm almost gone through. Because I'm a junkie. I love junk food. I don't give a fuck about eating food. Why? Because it don't taste like food no more. Candy is the only thing that gives me enjoyment. Sodas. I don't drink water. I don't drink water because I just don't like water. I drink Kool-Aid, tea, milk, orange juice, every motherfucking thing else except for fucking water. I won't drink water. I won't. I mean, me personally, I don't see how people. Why are they so fucking greedy? You know what I mean? Why are people so greedy? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand why is materialistic things so important to people? And this is coming from somebody that's done 8 years in prison. This is coming from somebody that's been homeless 9 different times in my 39 years. I don't see the point. I got a bed that I've had since 2014. That my daughter's mom left behind, and I took it because I didn't have a bed, so I took it. I've got a couch that sits over there underneath the AC that I bought in 2009. In October 2009, no, in 2010, I bought 2 couches, a love seat and a bigger couch with a flat screen TV in 2010, and I still have one of the couches since 2010. This is 2025. That couch is still sitting over there. I still wear the same shoes since 2014, every day. I've had the same steel-toe boots since 2008. I still have clothes from when I moved from Texas to New Mexico in 2009. So no, I don't get rid of nothing. No, I'm getting rid of nothing. Everything I have, I keep. Because material things are not important to me. You know what I mean? Everything I have is everything that I bought. It's old as fuck. Yeah, it's old as fuck. But at least I can say I bought it myself. You know what I mean? A lot of people, they can't remember, you know, half the shit that they have. I live poor because I was just, being when I lived on the street homeless, I got a Social Security disability check. I had over 800 and something bucks in my pocket. And I was living homeless on the street for 6 months. While I was living homeless on the street for 6 months here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, in 2012, each month I was getting paid from Social Security Disability for the 6 months. I just let it racked up. I let it racked up and racked up and racked up until I had enough money to go and get me an apartment building, to purchase an apartment with a down payment, first and last month's down payment, plus the fee to turn on electricity, turn on the gas, and everything else. In 2012, I took $400 and some $1,000 and went to go get me a place to live. And I've been renting from the same person since 2012. Over 14 fucking years, I've been renting from the same person. It took me to live on the street for 6 months to build $4,000 just so I can be able to get a place to live in 2012. I was married, and I went to county jail for 3 months, got out of county jail, walked home to where I lived at, an apartment that I paid for, where my son was born at, and lived until he was 2.5 years old, until his mom decided that she no longer wanted to be with me, and then she decided to go to the police station and make a police report, and then turn around and call me from my other cell phone that she has, that's in my name, that I pay for, to violate the restraining order that found out a few months later, 3 months later, after I'm sitting in the county jail. Then the judge goes, oh, okay, well, we're going to release you because we didn't find that you violated the restraining order. Well, we're going to release you because there's no DEA evidence of you hiring a hitman to kill your wife. So while I was in the county jail, I hired someone to kill her. They fell through because evidently they was too much of a pussy to do so. So they was taken care of. But anyways, I got out of jail after 3 months in the county jail in 2012. I lived on the street for 6 months, sacked my fucking money, got me a place to live. And then I've been in the same fucking, renting from the same person since 2012. So am I willing to do a lot to get me a place? Would I stay on the street for 6-9 months? Yeah. I've been homeless 9 times. I don't have no problem living homeless. No problem. No fucking problem at all. But will I take my money and spend it on fast food or doing other things outside of being homeless? No, I go to the shelter places every day, same time. When I was homeless, I went to 3 different shelters, 3 different times, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, every motherfucking day. I washed my fucking clothes in a fucking bucket using a water faucet instead of using my money to wash my clothes at a fucking laundromat. Instead of checking into a hotel or a motel, I lived on the fucking street, sleeping on the fucking streets in Albuquerque, New Mexico for 6 goddamn months. So am I willing to do what I gotta do? Goddamn right I am. Because I ain't like everybody else. Money don't make a motherfucker to me. I'm negative my motherfucking bank account every motherfucking month for the last 3 goddamn years. You think I give a fuck about money? I'm negative $100 every motherfucking month, every motherfucking year for the last 3 goddamn years. Money don't make me. Money doesn't change me. Money is not a thrill to me. Unlike everybody else, materialistic things, that's all they give a fuck about. I don't give a fuck about that shit. I still got clothes. I still got clothes in my closet, hanging in my closet since 2008 that I can go put on and fit in. So no, I don't care about materialistic things. I don't need fancy shit to have fancy friends. If you don't want to be my friend because who the fuck I am, well, fuck you. You know what I mean? Because I don't need someone that thinks, oh well, you need money to have friends. You need this to have. I don't give a fuck what society says. I don't give a fuck what the manipulation bullshit that society tells other people. You need to have this and this and this and this. Fuck that shit. It's all mind fuck, and everybody's been listening to it way too long. I'm not a sheep. Sheep are told what to do. Sheep, you ever seen that cartoon with the sheep and the wolf and the dog? And the wolf is always trying to get the sheep, but the dog's always beating the shit out of the fucking wolf because the wolf can never get to the sheep. That's what people are in the United States. They're a bunch of fucking sheep that wake up every day at a certain time, go to work every day, come home, do the same fucking thing every fucking day. The last 20, 30, 40, 50 lifespan of their fucking year, they've been doing the same shit every fucking day because they're fucking sheep. We have too many we have too many Indians, not enough chiefs. And chiefs are bosses that don't want to be told what to do. There's too many sheep, not enough wolves in this goddamn world. And that's what's wrong with society, because then your kids grow up to think, oh, well, they need this follow through or that follower, or they need to be like this person, or they need to wear this type of clothes, or have this type of shoes, or this type of jewelry, or that type of jewelry, or this fancy car, or that fancy car, or live in this big old mansion, or that big old mansion, because society throws it onto your children saying, you got to be like everybody else. You can't stand on your own 2 feet and think for yourself. That's why the society is the way it is today. That's why you got all these fucking protesters out there protesting for shit that they have no fucking clue what they're protesting for, but they just want to protest because they want to be followers, because they can't think for their fucking self, so they're out there protesting for shit that they have no clue what they have any idea what they're protesting for or about. And that's what's wrong with this world, is we got too many fucking sheep and not enough chiefs or enough fucking people in this world that has balls to stand against the government or the country or the people to say, fuck you, I don't need your sorry ass. I can plant my own food, I can do my own shit. If you decide to come in and take it and raid me because I grow this, or I'm doing that, or I've decided to sell this product or that product because I want to make it on my own without the government, oh no, you can't do that, because when the government comes in and says, that's regulated, you can't sell those tomatoes to the public because you have to have a license. No, you don't, motherfucker. That's just regulations and control of the government saying, you can't do it on your own. We have rights to everything, stupid. That's why you don't see people standing on the street selling apples or oranges or fruits or anything else in the United States, because you can't do it in the United States because it's illegal. But you can go to Mexico, Juarez, you can go to fucking anywhere around the world and you see people with food stands and shit standing there on the corner selling shit because it's not illegal. It's their rights. You have the right to do anything you want to. Freedom, people in America think that you have freedom because you can say and do what you please. You don't have the right to say or do what you want. If you did, they wouldn't censor everything that you say and you do. They wouldn't censor or take down and remove videos and posts and tweets and emails that someone takes and puts on the internet. If it's freedom of speech, they wouldn't remove shit from the internet and they'll leave it for the public to see. But it's not freedom of speech. You have no rights because the government has their fist up your ass telling you what the fuck you can and you cannot say. That's like you sitting here going to a police officer and telling the police officer he's a motherfucker, he's a motherfucking pig, and this and this and this and that. He can arrest you because you told him he's a fucking pig. Well, if you put I think he's a fucking pig, he can't arrest you because that's your opinion, and you put I think before. See, a lot of people in the United States are so fucking ignorant and stupid. They don't understand if they put I think, which becomes a opinion, that's entitled to your rights of having an opinion of things that you want to say. So when you say I think you're a fucking pig and you're a fucking asshole, that cop can't arrest your stupid ass. Because you said that's opinion. You're making an opinion of what you're stating. See, you can't just walk up to any official, government official, and said you're a fucking piece of shit because you can be arrested. But if you walk up to a government official and said I think you're a fucking piece of shit, he can't do shit to you because that's an opinion. That's one of your freedoms of speech, of rights, of opinion, of every American's right, saying you have an opinion. See, a lot of people don't understand that. They just go out here, blah, 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 and then they get themselves in trouble because they're blah, 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 fucking stupid and don't understand anything. But they have this education, right? They have this GED and the high school diploma, and they got the bachelor's and the socials and the master's. It's all this degree and that degree and this and this and this, and they think they're all so fancy because they're educated. Because you walk across the stage 12 years later holding a piece of paper saying you fucking graduated. That little piece of paper don't mean a fucking thing to you. That little piece of paper don't mean shit at McDonald's. You take that little piece of paper and you take your 30, 40, 50-year-old ass to McDonald's and try to use that piece of paper, say you got a high school diploma, they'll laugh at you and tell you you need to go to college for at least 2 to 4 years so you can come over here and flip a fucking hamburger. That's what our society comes to. It's no longer that you get that piece of paper after you've been in school for 12 years, because now it's required in any fast food restaurant. You have to have a master's or a bachelor's degree, which is 2 years of college. And if you don't have those, well, you can't flip that hamburger. All I'm saying is that education shit, fuck it. You know, you can learn more on the internet and opening up a fucking book and reading than you can do ever sitting in a fucking schoolhouse having some bitch ass teacher telling you what the fuck you're doing wrong. Did you know that? You know you can jump on the internet and type in any kind of AI education program and sit here and read that motherfucker, or have that motherfucker read to you, and you'll learn better off of the internet than you'll learn ever sitting in the education. Did you know? Did you know that? Because a lot of people don't understand that education sucks. You know, what you're being taught is bullshit. What you're paying for is bullshit. You know why I don't have no student loans? Because I ain't stupid to fall for the student loan bullshit, okay? I'm not going to go to school to get a piece of paper saying that I'm smart. You can tell I'm very intelligent. I'm very goddamn intelligent. Without a piece of paper saying I graduated from high school. My 14-year-old son, he doesn't want to go to school because he finds it boring. I don't blame him. I don't fucking blame him. When I went to school, I found school boring as well. That's the reason why I was a class clown. And that's the reason why I did a bunch of stupid shit while I was in school. Now, don't get me wrong. I was a complete ass in school. I never wanted to pay attention to anything because I never focused on anything because of, you know, having the medical problems that I have. I was diagnosed with ADHD, ADD when I was in 2nd grade. They found out that I had OCD issues when I was in 4th grade. And then they found out that I had, well, they found out that I had a learning disability. When they tried to get me to read ABCs, and I couldn't tell them the ABCs. When I couldn't give them numbers, tell them, you know, 1, 2, 3, and all that shit, they figured that I had a learning disability, and I did. I learned sign language before I learned how to do anything else. I learned how to spell things backwards before I can learn anything, spell anything forward. So I was dyslexic of that. I had a learning disability. I had a speech impediment problem. And so the best thing that how they was teaching me is I would listen to audio tapes of like Hooked on Phonics and all that shit. That's how I learned. Was listening through auto tapes because I couldn't pay attention in school. And so headphones and music and all that's always been something. You know, and I had a lot of hearing problems and shit like that. I had a lot of those. You remember those hearing tests? They sit you in a booth, in this glass booth, and they have this button here for the right or this button for the left, and you had to press the button if you heard the beep in this ear or heard the beep in that ear. You had to press the fucking button. I've had so many of those hearing tests done on me since I was a kid. I still sit here sometimes and get those noises. Yeah, you know what I mean. So I still get those beeping. I was tested. I was tested a lot on. I had a lot of EKGs, CAT scans, and little caps and shit put on my head for a lot of EKGs and shit like that. I was a lot in the hospital and with being tested on with a bunch of shit like that because of the seizures and it's all coming from the left side. That it all comes from the left side. Every time you have a seizure, it kills off your brain cell. Every time you have a seizure, it kills off a brain cell. And that's the bad thing about having seizures, is that it's coming from the left side. It's coming from the left side, and they don't know exactly where it's coming at, but they've done so many EKGs where I had a seizure on an EKG, where they was doing an EKG on me one time, and I was sitting there and everything, and I was having a seizure while the motherfucker was going on. And yeah, there's so many. I've had seizures where I went in to get x-rays done because of my lower back. I fell off a roof and got in two car accidents. I wasn't driving. And they did a x-rays where they stick the iodine, you know, the iodine shit. They stick it in your IV, and then it goes into your body, and then you're supposed to do like an x-rays. Well, they did that shit on me one time. In 2013, they did that shit. And they found out that I'm allergic to iodine because it threw me into a seizure. So after they shot that shit into me, not even a few minutes later, I was seizing on the bed and shit. My wife at the time told them that I was having a seizure, and they're like, "Well, we can't do the X-rays now." So I got admitted to the hospital because I had a seizure because they injected me with the fucking iodine. And so when they tried it again, when they injected me again with iodine again, it threw me into another seizure. And then that's when they updated my fucking medical chart saying what I'm allergic to. Yeah, there's a whole long list of what I'm allergic to. Iodine's not one of them. I mean, iodine's just not one of them. I'm allergic to bees, ants, iodine, oxycodones, morphine, bleach, and a bunch of other shit. Ritalin, Dilantin, Adderall, Wellbutrin. Yeah, I'm allergic to a lot of shit. So yeah, they found out I'm allergic to that shit. That's how I found out. So I mean, there's a lot of shit, different ways of finding out. But like certain type of weed, I've had some seizures on a lot of this shit. I mean, they give me medication, right? But I'm supposed to take for seizures. But it doesn't help. The problem with the medication that they give me is that it makes me turn into a zombie, where I don't want to do nothing. You know what I mean? Like I'm all zombed out, don't want to do nothing. And that's for seizure medication. I don't want to take it because that's what happens. While I'm on it, it also gives me more seizures. Now I completely stopped taking the medication because I don't want to keep having seizures all the time. I don't want to be a zombie. I want to be up and motivated and doing things instead of all fucking zombed out in a mental patient hospital, because that's how you feel. Well, I smoke weed all day. I don't get hungry. I don't get sleepy. You know what I mean? So it's the opposite. I still get the effects. I still get the effects of being high. And I get fucked up. But I don't get the effects of being hungry and tired and want the munchies and all that shit. You know what I mean? I smoke and eat all day long. I mostly eat junk food all day. But, I eat junk food every day. You know what I mean? If I'm smoking or not smoking, I eat junk food every day. So, if I have it, I have it. If I don't, well. So, I don't take shit for granted. You know what I mean? I don't take shit for granted. You learn over years, shit, going through shit, having shit happen. And like I always say, you have to go through it yourself to realize what other people have gone through. So a lot of people, they're on the social media talking shit about people being homeless. Most of those people are homeless because they choose to be homeless. they choose to be homeless. Most of them that are homeless choose to be homeless because people are willing to help them with everything that they have. They're used to walking out there on the street and putting up a sign and begging for money, begging for whatever, and people give it to them. When people stop giving it to them, that would make them want to get up and do something with their life than sitting there on a corner begging for money. And a lot of people don't understand is that a lot of these homeless people, they have a choice to be there. Most of them have family members that they can go live with, that are willing to take them in, to help them out, but they don't want that. They don't want the handout. They don't want the help. They like being homeless because the government is giving them the comfort to be homeless. It's like putting a motherfucker in prison for 20-something years, 30-something years, and then having him released to the community. He's not going to know what the fuck to do. Because everything he remembered before he went in 30 years ago is what he still remembers when he walks out of prison. He doesn't understand last 30 years has changed. But he's going to realize it real quick when he starts getting into the town and he's trying to get help, you know, and he's an outsider. He doesn't know, you know, and he's going to want to go back to prison because he's been there 30 years and that's all he fucking knows. So when you got people that are used to being homeless, it's like someone being in prison for 30 years. They're used to it because the government is giving them everything they need. They have shelters that they can go take a shower at. They have shelters that they can go get clothes from. They got shelters that they can get food from. They got medical shelters. You go to the shelter and they give you medical attention if you need it. You know what I mean? If you need it, they'll give it to you because they're shelters, and that's what shelters do. When you take the shelters away from the people that want to live on the street, then it forces them to want to get out of that lifestyle. And you know what I mean? That's like taking me out of prison, out of doing 8 years, and then you throwing me out here in a community. What am I supposed to do? So since I've been out here, I struggled. I struggled, and I lived on the street for 9 different times. You know what I mean? And I lived in 3 different states and 56 different cities. But I figured it out. You know what I mean? I figured it out, and finally, I'm at a place where I'm good. I'm okay. But I don't want to get comfortable because everything could change. You know what I mean? I wasn't expecting to get out of prison in 2006. I wasn't expecting to get out. I was staying in prison until I was 21 years old. That was my thing. Because in Texas, in TYC, Texas Youth Commission, TYC, Texas Youth Commission, from 10 years old to the age of 21 years old, or 20 years old, you could be confined to TYC facility until you're 21 years old. Once you turn 21 years old, they automatically throw you out. Automatically. I went in 2001. Okay. I wasn't expecting to get out until I was 21 years old. I got out in 2006. Then I fucked up, or they said I fucked up, when I cashed a check in 2007, and they said that I stole it, and they said that I forged it, and I did this and this and this, which I didn't do, and they locked me up for another 2 years. So no, I didn't commit another crime. It's just they said that I did one, which they didn't have no proof. Only thing they had was a check. That's it. Where did I commit the crime at? Where did the crime committed? You know, where's the proof that I did it? Because I have the check in my pocket. Mean that I committed the crime? No. In 2002, in 99, and 2000 and 2001, when every time I went to court, they had to show proof that I committed the crime. They had to have the evidence proving that I committed the crime, and they did. They did. But in 2007, when they tried to say that I committed a crime, they didn't have no proof. They had no cell tower ping. They had no camera. Had no witnesses. They had no nothing. And they could say that I committed a crime. Why? Because I did 6 years in prison before, so you blame me again? That's why I don't trust the government. Because they said my record was closed after I got out of TYC. It's never been closed. State of New Mexico police officers still know what my fucking record is. What I did to police officers in 2001, in 1998, in 1999 to police officers. Yeah, I've got 7 assaults on police officers. I've got 14 terrorist threats against people, against the government agencies. Yeah. I've been on a watch list since fucking 1997. I've been on the government watch list since 1997. They know all the shit that I done. My juvenile record. My juvenile record. It's insane. With what I got on my juvenile record, the state of New Mexico police officers can see it. If they can see my police record from when I was a teenage kid, and the motherfucker was never sealed. It was never sealed. Because the only crime that they got on me as an adult after 21 years old was in 2012 when they arrested me. That's the only crime that they got. And even with that crime, when they said they arrested me for, that I violated the restraining order, because that's the crime that they got me for, violating restraining. When in 2012, when they arrested me for violating the restraining order, they couldn't even prove that I violated it, because the same cell phone that my wife called me from is in my name. So how did I violate my restraining order? I didn't. Because it states under law that the victim or the other victims must call them on a device that isn't in your name. Well, the cell phone that I have and the cell phone that my wife at the time had was under my name. So they can't sit here and say that I violated a restraining order and technically I called myself on my own cell phone. So they can't say that I violated. But that's what they got me for. They got me with a violation and restraining order and stated that I was violating the rules and conditions of the restraining order, which then the judge had asked me, can I prove that she called me from my cell phone, from the other cell phone? And I said, yeah, I can do so. If you release me, I'll go to the phone company and I'll have the phone company print out a phone record of her cell phone and my cell phone, and when both cell phones was purchased and when they was purchased from, and whose name is underneath the phone account. And I went to Sprint, is the phone company that I've been with, which is now AT&T, T-Mobile, because they combine companies together. So my phone company was with Sprint. I got that phone company when I was 19 years old. So the cell phone that my wife had was under my phone, underneath my name. My ex-girlfriend, which is my daughter's mother, the cell phone that she had was also under my name. So when both of these two, well, when my ex-wife, when I proved it in court that the cell phone is under my name, they dropped the case. They had to drop the case because it was against the rules. In order for me to violate that restraining order, I would have to call her on another cell phone and not the same cell phone that she had. So it wasn't against the violation of restraining order. They had nothing against me. So they locked me up in the county jail in Albuquerque, New Mexico for 3 goddamn months for a violation of restraining order that I didn't commit. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? You locked me up for 2 years for a crime I didn't commit. Then you locked me up for 3 months for a crime that you said I violated, that I did not violate, and proved it in court. I mean, how much more shit that I gotta prove to tell you guys education isn't what you think it is? I have no education. I went to prison in 2001. What grade was that be? What, 6th or 7th grade? There's my education. 7th grade motherfucking education. And I can out defeat the police department and the fucking judge and against my wife. But my wife got a high school diploma, right? And a master's and a bachelor's and a social degree, right? I got none of that shit and whipped her ass in court. Not only that I whipped her ass against that case and got that shit thrown out, then when we went to court to file a divorce, I whipped her ass in fucking court as well. When we filed for, when the divorce papers went through and the custody against my son, for my son, she tried to take full custody of my son and put me on child support. Nah, bitch, you ain't getting none of that shit. You get no motherfucking money out of me, bitch. Nothing. You get nothing. She got absolutely nothing out of me. The only thing that took place is the divorce was the final, and whatever she brought when she got with me is what she got, and she was allowed to take whatever was what I purchased before we got married was mine. That's the reason why I got that couch over there. That's why that couch has been sitting in the same goddamn spot for last shit since I bought it in 2010. I've had the same couch since 2010. She tried to take it in court from me, and I smoked her goddamn ass all over the courtroom and that shit. Then she tried to take full custody of my son and try to put me on child support. She lost in that shit too. Tell me why do you need education? I represented myself in court while she had a fucking lawyer standing next to her. I whipped her ass and her goddamn lawyer's ass in fucking court. I represented myself in court against when we went to divorce, when we went against the case of me hiring a hitman against her ass. When she wanted joint custody and full custody of my son, she lost it. The judge appointed her joint custody. Joint custody means I get him two weeks out of the month and she gets him the other 2 weeks until he's 18 years old. I don't pay child support. No, the fuck I don't, because it's not required. Why it's not required? Because it's set up like this, gentlemen, and you got to understand. These bitch ass women out here want to sit here and talk about how men are deadbeat fathers. Okay, I'm gonna put it this way: when my kids come over to my apartment, they get everything they need here, not what they want. Understand the difference between need and want. They get everything they need. They have a bed to sleep in. They have clothes to put on. They have a shower, food in the refrigerator, and a TV to watch. They can also play on my Xbox. They can play on my Nintendo. They can play on any game system that I own. So why the fuck do I need to pay somebody child support money when I have my kids? My kids are my responsibility to take care of. They need food and clothes on their back. They will get food and clothes on their motherfucking back. When they are with me, they are my responsibility. They are not their mother's responsibility to give them food or clothes to give to me for them. That is my responsibility. When they are with their mother, that is their responsibility to clothe them, to feed them, and make sure they have a roof over their head and a bed to sleep in. That are their responsibilities. That is what it's set up in court, and that is how it stays in court. Because the fact of it is, it's too many motherfuckers out here are willing to sit here and say, okay, I'll pay child support. No, motherfucker, you never pay child support. You never pay child support. And the reason why you don't pay child support is because when you have your children, you have to come out of your pocket to buy your children food and clothes while they are with you. Am I correct? Yes or no? Yes? Okay. When they are with their mothers buy them food and clothes. Am I correct? Yes or no? So why is the fuck that when the child is with their mother, the father is supposed to come out of their fucking pocket to pay for that child while they living at their mother's house? You are not supposed to do that. While that child is at their mother is responsible for that child, not you. When they are with you, that is your responsibility, not the mother's. And too many motherfuckers in this world have sat here and said, okay, they pay child support. If you chose to pay child support, you's a dumbass, and you need to understand where the fuck you went wrong. First of all, where you went wrong is agreeing to everything that bitch said in the first goddamn place. You never agree with that bitch says. Okay? Never. Never agree what your ex-wife says. Never. Because the fact of it is when your child is with you, you are supposed to take care of your children. Not the second parent. My children, when they come over here, they got food in the icebox. They got everything they need when they get here. Even though they're not here, they always got shit here when they do come here. You know what I mean? So no one can sit here and say I don't take care of my kids. Bullshit. When my kids come over and stay a day or two or stay a few hours, they got everything the fuck they need. They got a roof over their head. They got a bed they can sleep on, or they can sleep on the couch. They got food in the icebox. It's always food in the fucking icebox. There's always food in the fucking freezer. There's food in the goddamn pantry. I've got 16 boxes of Cheerios. Tell me the fuck I ain't got food in this motherfucker. Like I said, I do what the fuck I gotta do. If my kids don't show up 2, 3, 4, 5 months out of the year, they don't show up. I can't really do nothing about it. I mean, they're in school for 9 months. So, I mean, while they're in school, they're at their mom's. When they're not in school, they're supposed to be here. So the 3 months that they're not in school, they're supposed to be here. If they choose not to be here because they choose not to be here, that's their choice. They're over the age of 10 years old. They have a choice if they want to be with their parent, their mother or their father when they turn 10 years old. My daughter is going to be 12. My son is going to be 15. They have the right if they want to come over or not because they over the age of 10 years old. So do I get sad when my kids don't show up? No. I'm not sad because they have everything they need. My kids are no trouble. My kids do not cause any fucking problems. I'm going to tell you that right now. You won't hear shit about my kids being in trouble. My kids won't step out of line. I'll tell you that right now. They won't step the fuck out of line. They won't. Now they'll talk shit about their moms and they'll talk shit what's going on and this and this and that. But they won't come over here with that bullshit with me. I don't put up with no bullshit. You know what I mean? There's two different upbringing around this motherfucker. When they with their mommies, they give them whatever the fuck they want to. When they over here, they don't get what the fuck they want to. They get what the fuck they got, and they be happy about it. You know what I mean? I try to show my kids what reality is, not a fucking fantasy world. You know what I mean? Their moms don't know how to cook and clean. I want my kids to learn how to cook and clean. I want my kids to be independent, to not have to depend on no fucking body. I want my kids to earn everything they get and understand the principle and the values of shit. Unlike everybody else, these motherfuckers running around here talking about I want, don't deserve shit because they didn't work for nothing. You gotta earn it. You gotta work for the shit that you want in life. You can't always sit here and say, I want. You gotta earn it. Shit's gotta be stopped. People gotta stop handing shit out to people in the world and saying, here you go, here's a handout. Fuck that shit. Make a motherfucker work for it. Then they understand the principles and the value of it. When you stop handing shit out for free and start handing shit out to people in this world, then they'll understand the values and principles of what the fuck they got. Because Americans are so used to getting handouts, they're all fucking handout out here in the world of the United States is a handout country. Everything's handed to people. Nobody want to work for shit, nobody. Nobody want to work for nothing no more. They want it handed to them. Thinking they should be raised up in a family with millions and millions of dollars and don't think they have to fucking work. Fuck that shit. I don't care how much money you work. I don't care how much money you got in your fucking pocket. You don't understand the principle of value. You don't understand the principle of shit. You just buy something and say, oh, it's broken. Okay, I'll just get another one. Fuck that. Nah. Fuck that. It's broken. You figure out what the fuck is wrong with it and you fix it. Don't throw it away and just say, oh, I'm going to buy another one because you got money in your pocket. That's what's fucking wrong with the people nowadays. They don't want to learn nothing. They want the easy way out of life. That's why China laughs at people over here in the United States. That's why they make fun of us and talk shit about us because everything's been handed to us. Yeah, and it's true. Everything is handed to you. Like I said the other night when I was listening to music, listening to oldies, I was born in the wrong fucking era. I was born in the wrong fucking decade. My mind frame is how people thought about shit back in the 50s. That's my mind frame. I'm not up to this fucking 21st century bullshit that they want to sit here and give to people. My mind frame, how I think, is how I was raised from my grandparents. How my grandparents was raised and how they think is how I think, because I was raised from my grandparents. I wasn't raised from my mother or father. I was raised from my grandparents. And I guess that's the reason why I think the way I think, is because I don't think like people that are in 30 or 40, 50-year-old people think. I still think how people think about things from back in 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s. I'm not up to this new shit, new world type of shit that guys going on. It's all corrupted. It's all fucked up. So my mind frame is back in the old days. That's how I think. I was raised to believe that women stay in the kitchen and cook and clean. That's how I was raised. That's how I think. That's my mind frame. Is back then, when women protested for women's rights to be equal as women as men, to have the same rights as men, to have the same jobs and the same pay as men. Back in those days, back in 1930s and 1920s, I wasn't even fucking born then. But that's my mind frame. My mind frame wasn't in 1986. My mind frame was back in 1920s and 1930s. That's my mind frame. How my parents was raised. I used to hear stories from my parents all the time, talking about how they had to walk a mile, walk 3 miles, 6 miles to school, back and forth. Didn't matter if it was raining or a tornado or the hurricane coming through. They walked through sleet and snow and everything to and from school. And then when they got home, they had to do chores around the house. And then they had to get up and go to school the next day. See, my mind frame is those days. When you had to work for it. When you had no choice to work for it. Because if you when you didn't do it, you'll starve. And you didn't have no food to feed your kids and shit like that. Back in the day when they had the Great Depression and they had the Dust Bowl and all that shit back then, you know, and when they had when the government society failed the first time. See, a lot of people don't realize how I speak and how I think. I wasn't even born yet. I wasn't even born to think the thoughts that I think, or the way that I look at the world. The way I look at it is back in 1920s and 30s. I wasn't born until 1986. I wasn't born until 1986, but my mind frame is 20s and 30s, 40s and 50s. That's my mind frame. A lot of people don't understand. I was born in the wrong fucking era. I was supposed to have been born 20s and 30s. The mind frame that I have. My grandfather flew planes, crop duster, and all that shit back in the day. And he used to tell me all the time how the old back days, the women would stay home and cook and clean, And when the man got home, there's a hot plate on the table. You know what I mean? And the woman would run the bath water and give the man a bath and shit. The woman go out and get eggs and milk the cows and shit like that, while the man went to work every day. That's how I was raised. That was how they was raised. That's how they taught my parents. But see, my dad, he worked in the oil field from 15 to 57 years old. You know what I mean? So he's an oil field junkie. He likes working in the oil field. That's roughnecking. Something that most people in this world can't handle, can't tough out, don't have the balls to be out there twisting pipe and getting all messy in oil and fucking drilling oil for your country. So do I look at my dad as working for the government? Yeah, because he worked out in the fucking government, worked out in the oil fields, drilling oil for this country from 15 years old to 57 years old. My dad's 61. My dad's 61 years old. He's retired. That's all he did. It was oil field. Instead of being home, taking care of the kids, and being a dad to me and my brother and the rest of us, he was out busting his fucking ass, making a motherfucking living to keep a roof over our fucking head, because that's how he was fucking taught. Unlike most motherfuckers nowadays, they don't want to go to work. They don't know what fucking work is. You know, and it's sad. It's just fucking sad how people back in the day bust their fucking ass and killed themselves to provide for the people that live today. My dad, when he got done going to Japan and seeing over there overseas how they live, my dad's always been a one-track mind. Work. Never anything else. He goes over there to Japan and all them, you know, sees all those people there, how they live, and he's shocked. Cause I'll be honest, my dad, he told me, and this is what his plan was. His plan was to die over there in China, or Japan, or Hong Kong, or somewhere the fuck over there, because he didn't want to be buried in the United States. My dad's currently sitting in the hospital right now with pneumonia because he came back from over there. He caught pneumonia somehow, and he's been in the hospital for the last 3 days. Well, before he went on his trip over there, he was in the hospital for 2 fucking years because they didn't know if he was going to live or die. Now he comes back from vacation, and he's back in the hospital again, and they don't know, you know, if it's going to be a problem or what it is. He's 61 years old. All he knows is the oil field. He's shocked and surprised about how the world is. Because he's not a television person. He's not a news person. He's not technology person. He doesn't understand about that shit. He has a cell phone. He has a Facebook somehow. I don't know how, but he got the Facebook and a cell phone, and he's just basic. You know what I mean? And the thing of it is he only uses his cell phone to make phone calls. He's not down to the email and text message. He doesn't understand none of that shit. All he understands is twisting pipe. You know what I mean? That's all he understands. Twisting pipe, painting the dirt, cleaning the dirt, doing everything there's to do in the oil field. Pumping oil. You know what I mean? That's all he knows. He gave up his education. He gave up his education and college degree and all and everything he had. Went to the oil field. That's all he knows. That's like that. I mean, he's out here in the world like everybody else every day, but when he's home, he's only home 2 days, and then those 2 days that he's home, he's washing his work clothes, getting them ready to go back to work, to be out at the job site for the next 30 days. As a kid, I never really seen my dad. When he was home, he was only home 2 days. You know what I mean? And that was every few months. He was out busting his ass making, you know, drilling oil for this goddamn country. So when I sit here and say that all my families worked for the government, yeah, they all have worked for this motherfucking government. My brother did 10 years in the Army, 2 tours in Iraq. My sister was in the Navy SEALs 10 years. Both of them live a fancy motherfucking life. Both of them live a fancy motherfucking life. I got a brother that works in the Pentagon. He's in the cyber world. He fucks around in the cyber. He's a hacker. He's a paid hacker from the government to stop the fucking cyber war that's going on in the cyber. So he works in the Pentagon. When they tell him to go where the fuck he needs to go, he goes where the fuck he needs to go. He's never at the Pentagon, but he's always wherever they tell him to be. So he could be in India, China, Korea, South Korea. He could be fucking anywhere in the goddamn world. Wherever the fuck they send his ass to hack into, whatever the fuck he needs to hack into, he's gone. He's out of there. That's his fucking job. So I mean, yeah, I look at it. All my family works for the government. I mean, my grandfather he flew planes for the government. My uncle died of Agent Orange. There's only one place you can get Agent Orange at. Only one place in the world you get Agent Orange at. It's not here in America. You only get Agent Orange when you're over there fighting in another war. Well, being over there in the trenches and everything like that, my uncle caught Agent Orange. So yeah, he served. He served. My grandfather served. My uncle served. A few of my cousins have served. My uncle, one of my uncles is a truck driver. I've had an aunt go to prison. I had another uncle go to prison. So I mean, if you're not working in the oil field, working for the government, or truck driver, or nursing field, or in prison, I mean that's pretty much all the categories we have in our family. But I mean, my mother's not worked a day in her life. She never had to. My grandmother, she never had to work a day in her life. My other grandmother, she was a stripper for a while. But she never had to work a day in her life either. They was all married to people that made money and came home with a paycheck. They was housewives. They was actually at home, and you know, So when you come from a family that is pretty much all government, you know what I mean, and you turn out to be the way you are. I mean, the only reason why I'm the way I am is because I got falsely accused from the government, and I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate being falsely accused of something that I didn't do. If I committed a crime, I admit to fucking doing the crime that I did. Every crime that I've ever committed, I've admitted to. I don't have no problem admitting to something that I've done wrong. I don't. And a lot of other people, they have a problem admitting something they done wrong. I don't have that problem. I'll tell you the fuck I committed the fucking crime. I'll tell you how I committed the crime, how many days it took me to look at the situation and tell you all the details of how I did the crime, all the way up to the time I did it, and what I did while I was in the fucking place. You know what I mean? Because I don't have a problem with it. I don't honestly have a problem telling people the truth about shit, because I wasn't raised to tell lies about bullshit. I wasn't raised to tell people what they want to hear. I was raised from my grandparents that we did not take no shit. You did not lie to grandparents. You did not lie. You know what I mean? When the grandparents said shut the fuck up, you shut the fuck up, or you got smacked the fuck around. You know what I mean? We got beat with every goddamn thing you can name of extension cords, kitchen utensils, vacuum cleaner hoses, tree switches off of trees, everything. There was no, oh, you're gonna, no, you got your ass beat. Nowadays, you can't even spank your child. You can't do any discipline to your child. Then your child raised up to be a fucking fruitcake. You know what I mean? They raise up to be fruitcakes and shit like that. I want my kids to understand the difference from fantasy world to reality. And when they understand what is what, and figure out the principle, the value of things, you know, and they don't. Unfortunately, my kids don't. My kids don't understand that. My 14-year-old son thinks that the $3,000 that he gets from his mother's tax return check, because his mother claims him on taxes each year until he's 18 years old, he thinks that he can just take that $3,000 and waste it on bullshit that he don't need. He wants to have a new car. He wants to have a car by the time he turns 15 years old. He wants a driver's permit and all of this and all of that. He wants a job and all this other shit, but the only thing of it is he doesn't understand the value of the principle of it. He doesn't understand anything of it, you know, and he wastes his money on bullshit, and he cuts his hair to, you know what I mean? And I asked my son, what are you doing to your hair? Because he came over here one day with some fucked up haircut, and I asked my son, what the fuck is that shit on your head? All the kids at school. I said, what? You're not all the fucking kids. What are you trying to be, a follower? Why are you trying to be following other people? Someone cuts off their hair this way, you want to cut your hair too? You want to wear these pants because you see other people wearing these pants? I said you can't do that. That's and I had to sit my son down and tell my son and explain to him the difference between sheep and wolf, Indian and chief, master and slaves. You know, I had to sit down with my 14-year-old son and get him to understand. You gotta stand on your fucking 2 feet. Stop being a follower. Stop being a sheep. Stop being one of these motherfuckers that everybody else is like. You gotta be your own person. You gotta be your own fucking person and think your own fucking thoughts. And his mom sits there and gets mad at me because I told him that. And I told her, I said, don't even get me started with you. You're 6 years older than me. You're in your 40s. And you still can't cook. You're in your 40s and you still can't do fucking laundry. You're in your 40s and you can't do shit without your parents. I don't want to hear it from you. You got my son living in a fucking fantasy. This is not fantasy land. This is reality. This is the real world. And I want him to understand shit. And so she got in the car and she just took off. And so we were sitting at the laundromat and I was telling my son, trying to educate my son, because he needs to understand the difference. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be mean to him. I'm not trying to have him change his mind about things, but he needs to understand reality from fantasy. What he's living in is a goddamn fantasy, because he thinks if he cuts his hair like these other kids, he's gonna be friends. They're gonna like him. If he wears these type of clothes or these type of shoes because these other kids are doing it at school, he wants to follow. He doesn't want to be a leader. And I don't understand how. Well, I understand the laziness of the part with my son, because he doesn't want to cook, he doesn't want to clean, he doesn't want to learn anything. He wants everything handed to him. He wants everybody to give him everything, because his mother got it in his head saying, well, grandma gives my mom money whenever she needs it. So when I need money, can I get it from you? No, the fuck you can't. I am not your cash cow. You're going to get you a job. You're going to understand the principles of values. You're going to understand the reality from fantasy land in this motherfucking world. You know? And I try to teach my son. I try to teach him, you just can't do the shit that you're doing. Your mom's a lost cause. You know what I mean? Your mom's a lost cause. Stop trying to be like her. I asked my 14-year-old son, I said, do you want to still live home with your parents when you're 30 years old? He said, no. I said, you keep living how she's living, how your mother's living, you're going to be just exactly like her. You're going to be exactly like her. You're smart, you're educated. You're disciplined. You're not a troublemaker. Get up and do something else instead of trying to be like your mom. Your mom's a goody two-shoes and thinks, the government's going to help. You need to think on your own. You need to think outside the box. And I try to get my 14-year-old son to understand this, because he's gonna start wanting to need to get a job when he's turned 15. When he turns 15 in September, he's got to get him a job, because he's got to understand the principle of money. I don't want my kids to not understand the principle of value of things. I want them to understand how much things cost, how much things cost to repair, to fix. You can't just break something and say, fuck it, I'll just get another one. It shit don't work like that, Money, you make money so you can spend money on the things that you want. You know, but the thing of it is, you just can't break shit and say, oh, fuck it, I'll go buy another one. It don't work that way. Money just don't come flying out of your ass because you want to fix something that you broke. And I try to get my son to understand is that you gotta have a job to support yourself because your mother's in her 40s. I'm gonna be hitting 39. You're gonna be 15 years old, and one day you want to have kids, and you want to be able to teach your kids the value of principle of things to understand the right way instead of living in this fantasy world. I told my son, I said, look at everything that's going on. I know you don't understand what the world's going on, but I want you to look at all the news media, all the social media, what everything's going on. I want you to understand why these people died for this reason and this back in the day for this and this and this. I want you to understand we never landed on the moon. Because he keeps asking me about the moon shit, and I keep telling him the moon is fake. The moon, we never landed on it, this, and this. And he's like, well, can you prove it? Can you? I said, yeah, I can prove it. There's a lot of shit you can prove. But my son, he's easy manipulated, and that's the problem. He's easily fucking manipulated because he's never got a spanking in his life. He's never had to fight anybody in his life. He's never had to do anything. Everything he has today has been handed to him. When I was a kid, everything that I wanted, everything I got is everything because I went out there and I got it. I wanted a bicycle my parents couldn't afford. I went out and stole me one, and I rolled around until they took it. If I wanted to go drive around in a car and I didn't have a car, I'd go jump in somebody else's hot wired and I go for a cruise in the motherfucker. Hell, I even put gas in the son of a bitch. That's how nice of a car thief I was. I would put gas in that motherfucker and check your fucking oil. That's how fucking hilarious car thief I was. Like, I'm not bullshitting you. I stole so many cars where I went to the convenience store or the fucking tire place, bought some oil and got a fucking put gas in the fucking car, cleaned the windshield wipers, even vacuumed the inside out of the fucking car that I stole. Like, no bullshit. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm being dead serious. I stole cars and used to clean them out and vacuum them and put new oil and gasoline in them and everything. And I'll cruise around town like it was my car. Yeah, I'll cruise around town like it was my car. Put my seatbelt on and everything, check your mirrors. You know, everything you do, you know what I mean? And I didn't have a driver's license. I've never got a driver's license. I've never taken driver's ed. And I'm going to be 39 years old. Yeah. But I know how to drive a car. I know how to check oil, and I know how to put gas in it. I know how to clean the windshield wipers and vacuum and make sure everything is running. I know where the fuses are and everything else in the car. I know how to hot wire that motherfucker. I know how to break your steering column and jack your fucking ride. I know how to do that shit too. I know how to put sugar down your gas tank or in your fucking carburetor to fuck off your engine where you can't drive that motherfucker. Yeah. And I don't need an education for that. I've stolen 86 cars from the age of 7 years old to age until 2001. I had 7 assaults on police officers. I had 64 counts of burglary habitation. Burglary habitation is where you break in someone's home and you burglarize it. So it's called burglary habitation. I've got 64 counts of burglary habitation where I broke into people's homes. It depends on if it was the morning, or the afternoon, or lunchtime. I'll make breakfast or lunch, and I would eat your food in the house that I broke into. I'll wash the dishes that I used to make that food, and then I'll ransack your house and steal whatever the fuck I want, and then I go out the back door, same way I came in. I'm not bullshitting you. I'm not bullshitting you. I've cooked breakfast in so many people's homes as a kid. It's like they was wondering, did they cook breakfast? There were so many times that people had came home and I was cooking someone else's dinner that they had, that I had put on that they had in the sink or in the refrigerator, like a hamburger meat or whatever they left out, and I'll make biscotti, or I'll make hamburgers, or I'll make this or whatever, and I'll put it back in the refrigerator, already cooked. So when they got home, that was my signature. That was my signature moves of breaking in houses. There's not one fucking house that I broke into that I didn't cook breakfast or made lunch or made some fucking dinner and ransacked your fucking house. There's not one fucking house that I did that to. Cause I was, like I said, man, I'm a great criminal, but that was my downfall. I'll get hungry while breaking in somebody's house, and then I'll cook me a meal, and then I'll finish ransacking their house. I'll clean up their dishes and everything, and then I'll just leave. Cars, I used to break into cars, and I would take their steering, their stereos, and their speakers. That's what I was taking. And then I got into taking the rims off the car, because some of the rims was kind of nice and fancy, and they would make some money. And then I got into stealing people's cars. But then I had to know some people to take the cars too, so I can get paid for stealing this car. And there was a list of cars that was, like that movie Gone in 60 Seconds. Oh, I love that movie. That movie right there was probably the best Nicolas Cage movie that I like, that he's ever made. Because Gone in 60 Seconds was a movie that I enjoyed, because when I seen how they was able to get into car places and take the keys and this and get in there and get out as quick as they was, oh man, it sparked my interest. Oh, it sure did. That I've always enjoyed fast cars. I've always enjoyed the thrill and the rush of doing crazy shit. But one time, actually a few times, I broke into car dealers' shops and was taking cars off the lot. I did that for a while. But yeah, I got caught doing that one time. A security guard was on duty one night. I almost ran him over with a car. I had no problem doing it too. I had no problem trying to run that motherfucker over. That was my intent, is to run him over. And seeing that's how I thought when I was a child. When I was 10, 11, 12. You know what I mean? That was my thinking process then. Because I didn't give a fuck. And so I mean I did a lot of things. I did convenience stores. Well, I'll come in the convenience store early in the morning, right when they first open up. See how busy it is, See where all the ins and outs, where I can do this and do that. And they always had that big fucking mirror. That one big mirror in the fucking corner of the store. Well, when the guy wasn't paying attention, I sprayed that motherfucker, right? I sprayed that fucking mirror with spray paint. So while he wasn't paying attention, I sprayed that fucking mirror. So the next day I come back to hit him. I was ski masked up with a shotgun. Pointing at that motherfucker and had him open the fucking cash register. I hit that motherfucker at least 4 or 5 times before 1999. And then in 2000, I hit another gas station a couple blocks down the road. I got busted for that one. I got busted for that one for robbing a gas station. But yeah, I got hit. Yeah, I got armed robberies, burglary, habitations, car theft, terrorist threat, assaults on 7 different police officers. Got picked up with drugs. Got picked up for attempted assault. Got picked up on battery charges and assault charges, and yeah, that was all before 2001. That was all before 2001. My last one, the last one that they actually got me on was pistol whipping. Yeah, they got me for pistol whipping a kid at school. This kid kept fucking with me, and I was gonna hit this convenience store down the street from the school, Midland, Texas, right? So I was gonna hit this school, or hit this gas station down the street from the school, and then I was gonna dump all the shit in the bushes and everything, and then go to school that morning, right? Well, my plan was going right until I get to school, and this little motherfucker at school kept running his fucking mouth, and I told this little son of a bitch, I said, keep talking shit, man. I'm gonna pistol whip your motherfucking ass. Keep fucking with me, dude. And this guy just kept on and kept on and kept on. When nobody was looking, I pulled it out of my fucking jacket. Pow, you little motherfucker! I slapped the fuck out that son of a bitch with that fucking pistol. Dude fell on the ground and crying and shit, you know. And I told that son of a bitch, I said, now say some more shit, motherfucker. Say some more motherfucking shit. That little son of a bitch got up and ran off into the fucking principal's office. And the security that was on duty at school, they was looking for me because he went in there and told the fucking principal that I had a pistol, that I had a gun, and I pistol whipped him. Across his face, you see across his face, he had a fucking pistol mark where I fucking smacked the shit out of him with it. And so the first place they went to is my mom's house. They went to look for me at my mom's house, because they couldn't find me on the school grounds. I grabbed my shit and I took off. And I was gonna go. I was pretty much ditching school by then. But they showed up at my mom's house. I was around the corner. I seen 2 officers over there. I was like, man, I'm not going home. Fuck this. I'm not going home. So I got on my bicycle and I went the other way, down the tracks, right? The train tracks. So I'm running down the train tracks. A couple hours later, I would say probably when school got out around 4:30 or so, I always showed up at home around 5, 6 o'clock at night. So I didn't ever had a problem walking the streets at night. And like I said, I told you guys before, I love walking the streets at night. And so I get home and shit, and my mom's running out the door, yelling and cussing at me because police was there and this and this and that. She was like, well, what did you do this time? They said you had a gun and all this. Where the fuck did you get a gun at? And then after they showed up the house looking for me that day, they showed up again the next day. And the police was looking for me all the time then. But then my mom started searching my room and she finds all kinds of shit. Under the bed I had all kinds of radios, car stereo systems. In the closet I had shotguns and shotgun shells, live ammunition in boxes and shit in the attic and everything else. I had stolen goods all over the fucking house. Yeah, I had stolen weapons from people's houses. I stolen people's car stereos, rims, old soundtracks and records and 45s and all them old shit, you know. And see, that's what I was bootlegging back in the day, was old ass stereos, 1930 systems and shit, where you put the 8-track in there, or you put the 45s or the big records and shit, you know. That's what I was boosting back in the days. Um, and I was making pretty good money off of it. But yeah, when my mom found all the shit that she found, she called the police. Fucking police showed up. I was coming home. I didn't pay attention. I came through the back door and they was right there. They was sitting on the couch. They was sitting on the couch waiting for me to come inside. So when I came inside, they snatched my ass up right there. Took me to juvenile. That was in July of 2001. Yep. Because I was going to go in trial. I was going to trial September. I had this case in September 16th, I believe it was 2001, but they moved it up because of 9/11. Yeah, they moved my court case up really, really quick. My mom was in the courtroom, my dad was in the courtroom, and my dad was like, "What are you doing?" I just told my dad, I said, "I love you," and I guess it's time for me to go. I told my mom, I said, "Well, hope you're happy. I hope you live a long, good, miserable life." And I turned around to the judge and told the judge, I said, "Can you go ahead and shackle me up and take me in now? I'm ready to go." 2001, I told the judge, let's go. I represented myself and everything and everything in the court, in juvenile and everything, and I didn't want my parents to defend me. I didn't want no fucking court-appointed attorney. I didn't want none of that shit. I told them I represent my fucking self. I'm guilty of all crimes that I committed. Let's fucking go. I told my dad I loved him. Told my mom, have a great fucking miserable life. They shackled my ass up, found me guilty, and shut my ass off. I told them I'm ready to go. I went to prison. Gone 6 goddamn years. While I was in there, that's when my mom filed papers and gave all her rights to the state of Texas. In 2002, she signed documents to the state of Texas that she gives all rights to TYC, Texas Youth Commission of the state of Texas in 2002. Now you know why I say the shit about my mom that I say. She gave all her rights away. She took my dad's rights when I was 10 in court. Sucked my dad on child support. Took all his rights from us. We couldn't see my dad. Dad was never around. She sat there and talked shit about my dad all these decades. But she's the one that did it. She's the one that slept with somebody else and got pregnant by somebody else when I was 10 years old. That from my dad's best friend, that was fucking my mom, that was working in the same fucking company. The only difference is my dad worked in the oil field on oil rigs, while this other dude was in the oil shop in the fucking yard cleaning pipes. But he want to claim himself as an oil field man. Never twisted a fucking pipe in his life. Never did anything in the oil field but clean pipes and rethread them. And was fucking my mom. That's the reason why my dad got a divorce. That's the reason why when my mom and dad had me and my brother, my dad went down and got himself fixed. My mom's had multiple kids after that. And it's not from my dad. My dad got a divorce from my mom And then that's when I started having problems. Because I was used to having two parents in the house. Even though my dad was a hardworking man and was there half the time, but he was still there. You know, he's still disciplining. He was still the father figure. And I looked up to him. Then we get stuck with a stepdad, and this stepdad's trying to kill me multiple fucking times. And see, this is when my mother found out she couldn't fuck with me. She couldn't handle me no more. Is because when her husband decided he was going to try to kill me one time, I went into his room while he was asleep next to my mom, and I smashed his fucking head in with a baseball bat. That's when my mom figured out that I was a danger of living there in the household, because she didn't want me living there no more. She found that I was a danger because I was trying to kill this motherfucker, because this motherfucking 38-year-old grown-ass man decided he's going to try to kill me because I don't want to listen to him. One thing, you are not my dad. Next thing, I don't have to listen to you. I never liked any stepdad. I never liked any stepdad. Never called none of the motherfuckers that my mom's ever married. My mom's been married 8 times, guys. My mom's been married 8 fucking times. She's been married so many fucking times I gave up trying to keep count. And every one of them thought that they can beat the shit out of me and my brothers and sister. Well, when my stepdad, when the one that she married after she got pregnant with my little brother, when that motherfucker threatened my mom saying that he would take my little brother and he would burn the trailer house down with all of us in it in the middle of the night, that's when it clicked to me that this motherfucker's gotta go. I tried to hijack his fucking truck and blow it up. I rewired his truck to blow it up with him in it. I had his gas pumps and shit relined so that way when he flipped the switch, because he had a double gas line, one of them I had triggered to blow up in the back of back into the cab to blow his fucking, make him unable to drive on the freeway, so when he flipped the switch, that it blow back into the cab, it'd catch on fire in the cab while he was driving down the road. That was the plan. It didn't work. There was another time where I punctured all his tires and filled them with silicone and some other shit, and yeah, so they figured out that I was a danger of living there at the house, so they tried to do everything. They tried, my mother tried to have me put in a mental institution multiple times as a child. Yeah, she tried to have me committed multiple times because I tried to kill her husband, because her husband threw a toaster in the fucking bathtub while I was taking a shower one day, and she didn't believe me. Anything that this motherfucker do, she would think, oh, he's innocent. He's not doing nothing wrong. When she was never around, when my mom was never around, he was always trying to do something. He was always trying to do some fucking crazy shit to me. You know what I mean? And one night I just got tired of it and went in there with a baseball bat and just smashed his fucking head in. And I just didn't give a fuck. And then when I got sentenced to TYC, I was ready to go. I was ready to go. I was ready to go because I didn't want to be home no more. I didn't want to be at a place that you're supposed to feel safe as a child, but you can't feel safe in your own home because your stepdad's trying to kill you or do some other crazy shit to you, or to manipulate your mom, you know. And I flipped, You know, I fucking flipped, and that's why they did all the tests that they did on me as a kid. That's why they found out that I had ADHD and ADD and bipolar. That's why they found out that I have OCD and PTSD problems. That's why they found out that I've got a lot of problems. I've got a lot of problems. I know I got problems. I've always had problems. But it's nobody else's fault, you know? It's just how shit goes. You just live life the way it goes, and you make it is what it is. I mean, I'm happy. I mean, I may not seem to be happy, but I mean, I'm happy. I mean, do I want my life to be better? I mean, yeah, I would like it to be better, but I'm fine with what I got. I'm satisfied with what I have. I mean, could it be better? Could it be? I'm fine with it. You know, do I wish for more things and look at other things to make things more better? Of course. I want to buy a new bed, but I don't want to spend the money to buy a new bed. I want to get some shit for the kitchen, but I don't want to spend money. My problem is I've always liked video games. My first console was an Atari, from my mom. That's what I first played was an Atari. Then I went to a Nintendo, and then a Super Nintendo, and then a Sega, a Dreamcast, a Game Boy, um, Xbox 360, PS1, PS1 through PS4, Xbox to Xbox One. Um, you know what I mean? I've played all the consoles except PS5 and the other one for Xbox. I've never done the Nintendo Switch or none of that other shit. I've never done those ones, but I've done the DS, the Dreamcast, and I've done the Game Boy shit. But yeah, my first system was an Atari. My first computer was Windows 98, and I played Frogger. I played Frogger on a floppy disk. That was my first computer. It was back in 1998. Playing Frogger on a floppy disk that you put in a hard drive. You close it and the light comes on, and it goes round and round in circles in there, and you play Frogger on the keyboard and the mouse. That was my first computer game. And then I figured out. Well, then they came out with that movie Hackers. You guys remember that movie Hackers? Well, I always wanted to become a hacker, and so I started doing. And I learned a lot of shit off TV. Like when I don't know if you guys remember when they was used to saying back in '99 and 2000, they said TV was bad for children. I mean, TV was bad for children. I mean, I learned how to break into cars watching Gone in 60 Seconds. I learned how to do basic hacking watching the hackers on the movie Hackers that came out in '98. Then there is other computer programs that you can learn and shit like that. And then they had IBM Computer Technician that you can learn how to do that. Um, there was all kinds of crazy shit I was into. I was into all kinds of crazy shit. always doing something. On the weekends, I would go to the racetrack with my neighbor that was across the street. He built a race car. He had a modified race car that he was building in his backyard, and that's where I learned how to weld. Because he taught me how to weld. Because I was just a little kid, right? And he couldn't fit in. He couldn't fit into the car, so he can be able to weld some shit that needed to be welded. So I was the smallest one, and they're like, "Well, do you know how to weld?" And I'm like, "No, I'm a kid." So they're like, so they got this trash can barrel, this metal trash can barrel, and they got these two pieces of metal, and they got this one clamp and this other clamp, and they was told you put a mask on, and they want you to follow this line. Don't lift it, just follow this line and keep going. We want to know how straight you can go. So that was my first time learning how to weld. And I helped weld the race car together, and they would take me to the racetrack every weekend, and I was a tire changer guy. So when they come off the track, they come in the back of the pits and everything, and I'll take off the tires and I'll put the other tires on and I'll gas up the car, and then it goes back out for the next heat or whatever. And so I was in racing. I was in the NASCAR, not NASCAR, but in racing. Every weekend I was at the racetrack. Fridays and Saturdays was at the racetrack, and everything. We watched the little midget cars. We watched the dirt modifieds. We watched the asphalt ones. Like there was all kinds of. There was the one that you chain up with different chains called the three cars that was chained together. One had the brakes, one had the engine, one had nothing, and all that shit. That's where I got the idea where I chained up my brother's bike, my bike, and my friend's bike, and stuck my brother in the middle and watch his ass go flying down the fucking hill. Because that was the idea that I got it from there. So I got a lot of ideas growing up as a kid watching TV. But yeah, I was at the racetrack every weekend. There was only one job that I know my mom had. She was an auto mechanic. She was an auto mechanic for this company called Paradise Auto in Corpus Christi, Texas. Working for this guy named James Lee. His race car number, I remember his race car number because I was welding his seat to the car when my mom worked for that Paradise Auto, because she used to tune up police officers. Like the police officers come in, my mom was the one that was tuning up the fucking cars to go faster. She had technology in cars. She had great experience in working on cars. But when you have 5 fucking kids, it's kind of hard to go work in a body shop all day tuning up cars. But I remember that job there because I was the weeder. I weeded the lot. Yeah, I would weed the lot. That's why I learned how to drive a stick shift, going in reverse. You guys remember I told you I learned how to drive a stick shift in a parking lot in an abandoned car. Well, this is the place, Paradise Auto. The owner is named James Lee. His wife is Doris Lee. They had 2 kids. And he was a race car driver. He made it to Daytona 500 one time back in 90, I think it was 97, 98, 99, somewhere. James Lee made it to Daytona 500 for first time. He got wrecked out though. But yeah. Because my two favorite drivers was Bobby the Bonnie, which was the number 18, and Terry Bonnie, which was the Kellogg's car, which was number 5. That's how far back I go into watching and being around NASCAR, and being able to work on race cars and shit like that. That's what put me into wanting to be a professional race car driver, because I was actually in the pits every weekend while I was growing up. You know what I mean? Like, I had a great life before my parents got divorced. Before my parents got divorced, I had a great life. Like, no bullshit. We went to the racetracks. We went and did things together. Everything was great, I guess. You know, and then my parents got divorced and shit went downhill. You know what I mean? Shit went downhill, and I've never been the same. I've never been the same. So I mean, everything that I talk about, everything that I know about, is everything that I went through and gone through my life. You know, and that's why it just irritates me to see people on TV, see people on social media, bitching about working for $15 a fucking hour. I mean, I got paid check stubs showing that I was getting paid less than that, working longer hours. You know, I don't, you know, and I just don't understand why people complain about their fucking job. Either you go to work and go and do your fucking, cause I've never been one of those type of people. You know, and this is what aggravates me the most about the workforce community and the education community, you know, and society and all together, is because you go to school to learn and to get educated. You don't go to school to make friends with other motherfuckers. You are not there to make friends with other motherfuckers. You are there to get an education, to be smarter than the next motherfucker. That's the whole point why you go to school. You don't go to school so you can learn to be friends with other motherfuckers. You are not there to make friends in school. You are there to learn education so you can be better than anybody else. So when you get in the workforce and you go to work and you have a fucking job, you are not there to make friends at your job site. See, and this is what irritates me the most about society, is because they try to teach people how to be friendly with every motherfucking body, but everybody's in a competition in life. You go to school to get an education for yourself, not for everybody else. And they need to stop saying, oh, well, you need to go to school and make you some friends. No, motherfucker. Go to school and get an education for your motherfucking self. Because when you get in this corporate world, you're there to work. You're not there to go talk to Siri, Jerry, Bluey, motherfucking Blueberry Muffin Man at your fucking job. Hi, how you doing? What are you doing later? No, bitch, you ain't there to make friendly time. Make friendly time on your own time. Work environment is for you to work and bust your motherfucking ass to get a paycheck that you're there to be working for. And a lot of people don't understand, you don't go to work to make friends, okay? You don't go to work to make friends. You don't go to school to make friends. You're there to get an education and to go to work to pay your bills, to provide for your family that you have at home. You are not there to make friends with your fucking secretary, so you go fucky with your secretary when you got a wife at home. You want to fucky, you go to your wife and you fucky, and you dream about fucking your secretary, okay? You don't go to your secretary and you fucky your secretary and then go fucky your wife. Of course she's gonna understand. She's gonna know the difference. But the thing of it is if you dream about fucking somebody else while you're dreaming about while you're fucking your wife, you ain't got a problem with it. You know, it's fine, it's great, it's going great. But see, this is the problem though, is that you go to work to bust your ass off to work. You don't go to work to make friends or sleep with your coworkers or let's go on a drinking event or let's go this. Nah. You want to go do all that bullshit. You do that on your own fucking time, not on your work fucking time. And see, this is what I don't understand about people. They don't understand about the world. You go to school for 12 years to get an education, to understand what you need to understand in life. You go to work to provide for yourself and for your family if you have one. On your free time, then you make friends with whoever the fuck you want to. But your workforce and your school part, it's not time to make friends. And social media and the platforms sit up in here and say, you should make more friends at school and make more friends at work. Man, what the fuck is wrong with you? Is your friends gonna pay your fucking house note? Is your friends gonna pay your fucking car note? Is your friends gonna put groceries on your fucking table? Is your friends that fucking important that's gonna feed your family at home? No, they're not gonna do that for you. You gotta do it yourself. When you're at school and you want to get a better education so you can get that wonderful American job that they tell everybody that you're gonna get, are you there to make friends at school so you can be a class clown and be a dumbass? You know, because everybody's not laughing with you; they're laughing at you. I know this from experience because I was a class clown in school and thought it'd be funny to do the most stupidest shit in school to make people laugh. And I was great at it. I was real great at it. I would get up in the middle of class and decide to smack a kid in the head with a fucking stapler. I would get up and smack a kid in the head with a fucking stapler. When I decided to be a fool and didn't want to do a test or didn't want to be quizzed on this or that, I would act a complete stupid ass fool in school, and then I would get sent to the principal's office and shit like that, and it'd be all fun and games. But that was just my way of not wanting to do the test or not wanting to do the quiz or whatever the fuck the teacher had. And see, I love doing history. I love history. And the fact that the history is so fucked up and so, I mean, you read about the Indians and the cowboys in your history books. You read about everything. I mean, like about the people going to the, landing on the moon. That's in the history books, which is fake as fuck. They taught when I was in school. They taught about Christopher Columbus sailed on the Santa Maria, the Quinta Maria, and the Mayflower ships and shit. The 3 ships that came in. They taught us about the Indian and the Pilgrims. They taught us about the Cowboys and the Indians. They taught us about John F. Kennedy and Martin Luther King and Black Power Party, the Nazi Party, Adolf Hitler, and all that shit. They taught all that shit right there in the history books. You know what I mean? They taught all that shit right there in the history books. Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Algebra 3 and 4 and all that shit. We did that in school. We learned all that shit in fucking 6th grade. science and biology, where they biology class, you know, there is one where we were supposed to learn how to put a condom on a banana. Yeah, I was never in class for that one. But I was in class to blow up the science class lab. Because the teacher pissed me off. I cut her wires, right? Well, they have us. The teacher has us check our wires, check our valves, check everything before we plug everything in and this and this and this, right? So when she wasn't looking or she was talking to some kid outside the class, I ran up there to her fucking wires on the Bunsen burner and she hadn't cut the fucking wires on it. So when it was leaking out gasoline or whatever the fuck it was going on, when she turned that motherfucker on, um, you know, yeah. So we had a crispy teacher for a while. But I was suspended for that shit, and then I got suspended for fighting, and that I was all in. I was into everything. Like I was into everything. I was a class clown. I was a fucking man. I learned that you can rob the teachers. For third, fourth, and fifth grade, you can rob the teachers every lunch hour. Yeah, I got curious one day. I got curious one day. I was in third grade, and we were in third grade. It was downstairs. We was in the cafeteria eating, right? And the teachers had their own little teachers' lounge right across the hallway, right? And after we were supposed to get out of the cafeteria, we were supposed to go outside the recess, right? Well, instead of me going outside the recess, I went back upstairs to third grade class, to the classroom that I was in, right? So I was just fucking around, right? And so I was looking through kids' backpacks and shit, right? I was just curious, you know? And so then I started digging around the teacher's desk, right? In the bottom cabinet and the top filing cabinets and shit. Going through there. And they always have their purses, right? They always have their purses inside either the top drawer or the bottom drawer of the desk or the top drawer of the file cabinet, right? So it always piqued my interest. If I take money out of their purse, are they gonna realize it? Will they ever realize that I'm taking money out of their purse and eating lunch? One of those taco salad bowl things. I love those fucking things, man. It's a big old, it's a big old taco salad with hamburger meat and salad in there, and all this shit. And you can eat the taco shells on the outside of it. You can eat the taco shell. I had one in third grade. I had one in fourth grade and fifth grade. I had one in sixth grade. We had something else. I think we had like one of those other pizza venue things in seventh grade, but I wasn't there very long. I went to prison. Because I didn't make it to eighth grade. Yeah, I didn't make it to eighth grade. So, but yeah, I started stealing teachers' money out of their purses in third grade, and then when I was in fourth grade, I'll do it. And see, what would take place is that when third grade went to lunch, I'll go back upstairs and break into steal the money, right? And the teachers. And then when the fourth grade would walk by, because you can see them walk by, right? I'll ask the teacher for the bathroom pass, and then I'll go outside to go to the restroom. And I wouldn't even go to the bathroom. I'll go to the fourth grade classes, and I'll go to the final cabinets or front desk or whatever, and try to get, if it's a female, get the purse or whatever, take the money out of there. And then when it was the fifth grade, I'll go to when they go walk by, I'll get the pass again and ask for the bathroom. And then I'll go do it to the 5th grade. And when I was in 4th grade, I do it to the 3rd and 4th and 5th. Then when I was in 5th grade, I did it to the 4th, 3rd, and 5th. So I did it. I did it 3 times. Well, I did it. I did it so many times in 3 years that I was in that one building. Because we had 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade in one building. I never got caught. Well, I got caught one time. And then that's when they figured out that it was a student taking teachers' money. You know how many times how much money I would have? Oh, man. I understood the principle of money then. Because to buy the taco salad, it was like $3 for the taco salad. And I had a taco salad every day I was at lunch. I had a taco salad for every day. Because I was still in the teacher's money. There's so many different places, so many different things I've done in my life. It's amazing. It's funny, but it's I mean, it's not funny. It's just amazing though of all the shit that I've done. I was gonna play a video game and I don't know what the hell I was gonna do. I won't play nothing. I probably won't play nothing. Too busy getting high. Having conversations. Spacing out over here. Oh, look at that chocolate. Look at that. Check it out. I got this candy bar, this chocolate. It's got the one that got the cashew one in there. You know this goddamn thing at the convenience store costs like $14. Yeah, for this fucking cashew chocolate bar costs $14 at a convenience store. I haven't opened it because they have a whole bunch of these on TikTok Shop, and I was interested in buying one, and then I was like, now they cost a lot of money. And I found this at the convenience store. Yesterday I got bored. Yesterday I got bored. I played Schedule 1 for a few hours. I got bored. I even made another fucking profile. I got bored. I played some golf. I played some golf for a while. I updated Division 2, but I was gonna play it, and then I was like, nah, I don't want to do live stream. So then I was gonna go play something else, and then I never got to it. Then I got interested in something else. I was fucking with my phone and got something interested in it. So I just turned off my computer. Fucking with my phone. Then I got into watching a movie on Hulu. So I was watching movies last night. But I turned on my computer like 3 times. 3 different times. Because I was that fucking bored. I didn't know what I wanted to play. I'm just bored. I want to stream, but I don't want to stream. I want to play video games, but I don't want to play video games. I just got bored. That's all. Wake up today, it was all rainy. Yeah, it's been raining outside all day. Well, it's nighttime now. Yeah, but it's been raining all day. It was all cloudy and windy yesterday. Internet went out. Yeah, internet went out. That one went out yesterday. This one went out when I went live today. So, yeah. Other than that, I found out my dad's in the hospital. So, talked to him for a little while. He just said, "Oh, I just got what is it? Walking pneumonia." He said he had, and I was like, "Oh, okay. Well, when is that supposed to, when are you gonna get healthy on that?" "Oh, I should be out of here in a few days, but I'm all right." I'm like, "Oh, okay, all right." Yeah, so that's where he's at, is in the hospital now. I just haven't been feeling like doing anything. After the lagging problem with the fucking that game, and I'm like, man. And then I go on to different places, right? And I ask them while they're live, "Hey, are you having a lagging issue when you put employees into your barn or into the warehouse or whatever? Does the game start, lagging afterwards?" And they're like, "No, they don't have no issue." I'm like, okay. So I go ask somebody else, and you see one guy, he's having a little moment, but it tells you no, he's not having that issue. You see it, but I mean, I could. And I was like, okay, all right, thanks, and you see it just happening, and he's telling you no. And to him, it's not a lag, but when your character is standing in one place and you move and your character slides into the next place, it's just a little time where you can see it, barely see it. I mean, I can see it all the time when I'm playing the game, but I don't know when you're watching it. I don't know if you guys see the game just like like in certain parts. Like I even put on there because I've been looking around to find how to put the FPSs on the screen, and so I found this website that has all the commands for that video game, and I'm talking about spawning cars in, spawning cars out, adding money to the because you have both of them, right? You can one you go from the ATM machine into the other one, and then that's how the blue one gets money. There's one where you go in there and you press that button right there, right underneath the escape button after you hit the console, and you type in what is it? What is it? Hold on, let me type it in. Let me see. Change cache spacebar BALANCE, and then once you put that, then you can put it whatever number you want, and then you just press enter. So you have to go to the console, and you gotta type in hold on. My damn back key doesn't work. So you type in, so you go to your console on that game, right? On schedule 1. And then you go to console under settings. Then once you hit console, click that one that you back out of it. Then you on your keyboard, you'll hit that button, the one that's on there, and then you type in once you hit that button at the top of the pop up, it says console. Then you type in change cache balance, and then once you put the whatever balance, say you want to put 1,000, you just type in whatever like that, and you press enter. Once you press enter, so there's one that's the green one, right? So you got the money that's in the for the ATM machine that goes into the blue one. Well, when you go in there and you do cache change, and then you type in whatever you want, it goes into the green one, which is the ATM one, right? Well, then you take the ATM money and you put it into the blue one. Well, this one that has the cash balance or change cash balance goes automatically into your blue one, not the green one. So the green one's on the left and the blue one's on the right. So when you go in there and you type that in there, press enter, it'll go into your blue one. So you don't have to fuck with the green one no more. You just have to type in balance and whatever number automatically goes into your balance. And see, there's a website that I found. I screenshot a bunch of fucking different commands. There's one to set the weather or the time. There's one to slow down the time. So you know your little phone where you pop up the phone and you can see the clock just keep clicking. Now you go in there and you set time. Go in and you tap that same button. Pops up console. You go in there and you put in set time to 0.0. You exit out of there or you press enter. You go back to your phone, and your phone, it's pretty like frozen. The time on it does not move. Does not move at all. When you're trying to move, you're walking really, really slow. Yeah, you're walking really, really slow. So the the default on the game is at 0.05 right now. That's the default. Now, if you decide to go in there and put in there and say 0.00, yeah, you're frozen. You're not doing shit. So you go in there and put like a 0.03. It slows down the clock time on the phone, but it also makes you slow as fuck too. So if you do like a 0.10, you're gonna be like, yeppa, motherfucker. all over the fucking place. There is also a command where you can go in there, set law enforcement 0.0 instead of 0.5 that they're setting on default. You can actually take them down to a 0.0 as well. Law enforcement, that means there is no fucking law. Yeah, there's no fucking law. There's also a command that you can do, pop up the FPSs up onto the screen to see what your FPSs in the game is. Most of the, like when you go to the barn, my FPS was down to like a 30, 35, 40 around there. When you're going down the street, you know, and everything like that, it's about 60, 70, 80 FPSs. So when you're in like the barn or the different hideouts and everything, your FPSs go really, really low. The more shit that you have inside of the hideouts or the barn or the whatever also makes the FPS so fucking low. So you have to put less shit into your warehouse and your barn and this and this and this because your FPS is so fucked up, right? Well, there's also another one where I seen another command where you can also teleport from other locations. Oh yeah, I've got a teleport thing where you can jump from multiple places. There's also where you can clear the trash, which everybody knows that one by now. And so there's money getting in both ways. There's everything. Like put it this way. Check this out. Put it this way. And I tried it. I went in there. I did the first the first part of the game where you have to get the shit for old man and everything before you go to the next town. Well, so after you get to the next town, I jumped on there, clicked on the console thing, typed in, change cash balance, dropped. I dropped $1,000 or $10,000, whatever in there. When the next day it came back up, when the next day came available, I went to the retailer place. Check it out. I went to the retailer place and I bought every fucking thing in the game. No bullshit. I got the barn. I got the bongo. I got the fucking docks. I got the fucking apartment. I got the fucking motel. I even found a code. I even found a fucking code in the thing that also takes your XP where you add, where this is the other one. Check this out. The other one is this. Same button, and you just go here, press add, XP, spacebar, and then you type in 1,000 XP. You realize if you type in 1,000 XP, you go from being nothing to Bagman number 5 on 1,000 XP. That means before you even mark your shit for sale, you can jump from 0 to Bagman, where you can go to where the fucking that warehouse is, where you can hire employees and get guns and buy the most highest faculty shit right now. With an XP of 1,000 when you put that motherfucker in there. From 0 XP. And see, check this out. I'm not gonna bullshit you because this is exactly what the fuck I did. I'm not telling you no lie. This is exactly what the fuck I did. I wanted to test it out. I found these commands. And when I found these commands, I put them into the game. I own everything. I'm just gonna show it to you. I'm just gonna show it to you. That I just gonna show it to you. No, I'll show it to you. Cause it'd be more easier for me to just show it to you, and then that way you see for yourself. This profile was made yesterday. Watch. Or this character was made yesterday. Now I'm gonna show you. Now I'm gonna show you. Watch, check it out. I'm gonna show you how I went from 0 to Bagman quick in this motherfucker. Watch. Look. See this profile? See this character? See this character? That was made 2 days ago. And this is what it's called, Blueberry Muffet Man. I made it 2 days ago, fucking around, looking up commands for this game. And I found all the commands on this game. Watch, check this out. It says, package, move the grow tent to the package station. Look, we are in the motel. And it's telling us to move. Now, you guys remember, after you label your shit, or put it on the market, then they tell you to make $800,000 or $8,000, right? And then they tell you once you make $8,000, you can be able to go buy the motel, right? Well, I got the motel, right? Now, let me take you. I'm gonna take you over to here. Let me take you off over here. Let me take you over to this guy right here. Check it out. If you're just barely buying the motel, there's no way you can be able to get to this point. There's no way you're able to be at this point of the game to be in this part right here, right now. There's no way. There's no way you can come up in here and talk to these people at the point of you just being able to move your tent from the motel to there's just no way. There's just no fucking way. There's no way. I'm just telling you. There's no fucking way. There's no way. Check it out. Look, there's no way that you own the motel, the taco tigglers, the laundry room, the docks, the car wash, the post office, the barn, the fucking motel or the hotel, the fucking bungalow, and have 2 drug dealers, almost 3 drug dealers. You got a car that you got parked in front of the police station. There's no fucking way. You haven't even moved the tent. You haven't even moved the goddamn tent to the motherfucking place. And you already got these shits? Ain't no fucking way. There's no way. I'm telling you, there's no fucking way. I'm supposed to get some. Oh, I'm gonna show you the product too. Oh yeah. Um. Oh yeah. I figured out a lot of shit. XP is just killing it. Yeah, I tried that 1,000 for the XP, and that shot me up to what I am right now. My day one on this profile 2 days ago. I made it 2 days ago. Played it a few hours. Got all the way up to the 10th part. I got all the way up to the 10th part. And then I got off. But yeah, that is thousands and thousands of dollars. That is seven whatever in there. But owning all the businesses is forking out thousands and thousands of money. I've already made some spicy shit and some long face. I've already been fucking with horse semen. Yeah, I've already been fucking with horse semen. Yeah, I've already been fucking with horse semen. Oh, here's the lady with the other shit. Look at this one. Oh, they already arrived at the docks. Yeah, it's still telling me to go do the package deal for the tent. Having oh look at my bongo. My bongo. I haven't done anything yet. I didn't know that there was supposed to be a bed inside here, but evidently there's a bed in here. I didn't know that either. Every time I bought one of these places, I never had a bed. Yeah, I've got a lot of people hooked on a lot of shit already. Look, check out my. I think I got a methamphetamine already going. No, I didn't get it going yet, but I did move the other shit around. Yeah, I did move the other shit around. Look, check this out. Go to sleep. Bagman, look, see, Bagman. Told you. This profile's already at Bagman. Yeah, this profile's already at Bagman. As soon as you throw that 1,000 XP in that motherfucker, and you're barely doing the move the tent shit. Oh yeah. Yeah, and then I own all the businesses. Yeah, I just fund me money like crazy. Yeah, TikTokers. Yeah. Yeah, I got them. Like it's no way, no. No bullshit. No bullshit. I found a lot of shit. I found a lot of shit on the website that I can find, and man, I went nuts with it. Yeah, I went nuts with it. Just funding the shit out of the money. And you can buy all kinds of shit here too. I stuck that car. I got enough money to put the car in there, right? Shit. That van's been sitting there since I put the motherfucker there. think we got her hooked on it. We got this one over here. Take a look at there's that one there. The car wash over there too. Look, I'll take you over here. Look. He's out of a job. He's out of a job. And then you run off over here. And you notice it's not doing no lagging, right? You notice ain't no lagging going on. Oh, I need to take this off the market. Oh, I did take it off the market. Why are they still trying to? Oh no, man. So there's that shit there. We got. This is what it looks like. This is what it looks like before you start putting in all your shit in there. For anybody that never seen, this is what it looks like. And what I was supposed to get, I did not get. So here's the green shit, and here's the blue shit, and I was setting up shop. Yeah, I was gonna set up shop. So there's that place. I bought that place on the first day I made this profile, this account. That was 2 days ago. Now you do see there's a problem with the tires on this car. They're not actually touching the ground. So I don't know if that's a problem with the game or... And it just looks real like it's a cartoon box. Yeah, it looks like a cartoon box. And you see no police though, you know, you see what I'm saying? You see no police. No cop cars. I mean, you get these ones over here. Now you get these ones over here that's got multiple eyes. Like there's multiple people. There's a whole bunch of them there. How is she gonna shoot me? But anyways, so you got the taco tizzlers, shit like that. Spending your cash. I even got this guy over here. I think I got this guy. Oh no. I don't think I got any of the drug dealers. Yeah, I don't think I got any of the drug dealers, to be honest. I've been mostly selling everything my own. Then I bought that other thing and started mixing things. But yeah, see this problem, this one doesn't have any problem. But you wait until I put the workers. Wait until I put the workers. When I put the workers in here, that's a problem. Yeah, that's a problem. Hey, where's my... Where's my van? What the hell is another? I don't have another van. I got another van. What the fuck is that? Oh, I think I have it at the docks. It's not here at the bungalow, it's the docks. Yeah, it's at the docks. I I think the docks is the only place where I started actually doing anything. I skipped ahead of doing a whole bunch of shit. I put that XP in there. I put that XP in there to see if it was gonna work. Oh man, it works. Oh, that XP works like a motherfucker. Where is my other vehicle? I had another vehicle. Yeah, I had another vehicle. I don't even know what. Oh, there it is. This is my vehicle. No, that's not my vehicle. I've got shit going everywhere right now. Here's the meth thing that I was gonna get started in here. I didn't start it. I got off. Yeah, I got off and just never got to the point. That was the meth one. Where's my damn? I thought I had another fucking van. Yeah, I don't see it. Oh, I have that one in front of the police station. Where's my other one? I did buy another one. I just don't know what the hell I did. That's how I was loading shit up. Putting shit inside the van. I don't know where it's at. Oh, that's weird. I don't know where it's at. Over here. Nope. I don't remember what the fuck I was doing. I lost my van. Yeah, I lost my van. I don't know what the hell I did with it. Oh, there it is. I found it. It's sitting in the parking lot over here. Cause I was gonna do something. I just never figured out what the fuck. Remember what I was doing. Oh, that's right. We need to get some storage. 162 of these. Yes, I'll take them. Do they go inside the van or do they go? Did it work? Did it actually go inside the van? No way. Oh, they did go in the van. Oh, that's crazy. 162 shelves in there. So if you park your van, that's crazy. I did not know. So you park your van there. I remember what I was doing. I was trying to see if that worked. Yeah, so you park your van there in that parking spot. And then you come in here and you order things. And then it's supposed to be right here inside your van. All right. I was buying shelves for the barn and for the docks so I can get those supplies that I ordered over there to their destination. And I forgot to get the shelves. I forgot. They got the supplies, but I got no shells. All right, let's get 30 shells. Put a first 10 there. Put 10 there. So this is where the seeds are gonna. No, this is where the soil, seeds, and shit is gonna be here. That goes into the pots. This is where the shit's gonna go storage. And I need to make one more for inventory. Yeah, I need one for inventory. So they can put shit for inventory. And then one for their stock. Yeah, cause this one over here, it's gonna be where it's gonna be already packaged, ready to go. It's gonna be here. And then this is where it's gonna be going to. This one is gonna have all the products to make the trees grow. And we'll get a colander and the other thing in here. And we gotta get the beds. I mean, it seems pretty. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could throw another 10 racks in there. I don't know. We probably could throw some more racks in there. This is how it's gonna look, though. Yeah, this is how it's gonna look. You're gonna do 2 on this one. Let me go put this shit over here. It's easier, I just do it this way. Some more bright-ass ideas that I have. Instead of doing all the ones that I was initially gonna do, like I did the other one, I'm gonna do it the other way, where we have only 10 racks instead of fucking like 160 sitting in this motherfucker. Let me just take the soil. Put 4 on for soil. And then these slots over here is going to be for these seeds. Could I do probably another one? I could. Question is what am I gonna put on it? That's a good question. I don't want to put too many. I don't want it to be lagged. And I think that's the issue. Is just too much shit in it. Or maybe my CPU just can't keep up with the man of this game or some shit. I don't know. I mean, that's always a great question too. The other shit that I can get is during the nighttime, right now. But I have to evaluate storage. Let's take this one to the docks and dump this shit off the docks. See, I'm not trying to put too many shelves in there like I did in the other one. I'm trying to minimize the storage capacity. Also not overload everything else. So there's lag. And I think that's what the issue was, is the fact that having too much shit. Maybe it is too much shit. But I see a bunch of people's shit though. I mean, I see a bunch of people on TikTok. They have all kinds of fucking shit in their fucking shit, you know? Like I look at their videos and I see all these fucking racks every fucking where. And I'm like, how do you get all this shit in there with the FPSs and everything else, you know? And that's what I ask myself, you know, because I ask other people of their shit, you know, they like, oh, well, they don't have that issue, you know, when they put people in, like when you put the NPCs in for work and shit, like they say they don't have that issue. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck you don't have that issue. See, I think that that's gonna be issue. Too much storage. Yeah, I think that's gonna be too much. Even though if you put, I mean, that's a lot of storage. But then when you start putting everything into it. Dude, I mean that's the thing. I don't know if it's too much storage or if I should take out some of these fucking storage. I ain't trying to lag it. Yeah, I'm not trying to lag it when you put the people in. I think that's even gonna lag it, but I don't know. We'll give it a shot. Alright, put these back in. Oh wait, we gotta... Oh shit! The van is getting stupid. Fucking doors closed on the van. These ones, we want to do 4 bottles of these. Because we still got to put the other shit and the red pills. So you have to look at that. Storage and all that shit too. Let's get all that in there as well. I think we'll just do 2. Or we can 3. Hold on, let me see. Take this one. Let's see how much we have. Fuck, take that one too. I'll just drop 4 on this one. Then you put the other shit. Well, it's not here. Do I got any more trucks in here? Oh shit. I think it's gonna lag it. You're not gonna know about the lag until you put the people in. Let's put the people in. Right now, you think everything's fine. You're getting everything built and getting everything set up, ready to go. Then you put the people in. That's where you're gonna find out about your lag. Yeah, that's when you're gonna find out. That's why I'm trying to put minimum storage. Then you have to put, you know, like your this one here, like this one here is gonna be what? 16 of these. 16 of these. 16 of these. 16 of these. You're gonna need beds. You're gonna need this one. Two of those. What was that? 10 grand. Withdraw. Here's your 15 grand. There's your shit. I should have just drove it right up in here first. I didn't think about it. Put these over here. You go out that way? Oh, there is a ramp here. Nice. Alright, we take this back to the barn. We'll do all that movie tent later. Best time to do it is everything at nighttime. That's the best time to do anything. Is at nighttime. Alright. Let's get out Mr. Buckets. Mr. Mr. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. Mr. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. Mr. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. Oh, Mr. Buckets of fun. Oh, still now, Mr. Buckets. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. Mr. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. I'm gonna do. Alright. Now we establish. Alright. Now we need those ones. Mass destruction. Alright. We got buckets of fun. Oh, buckets. Buckets of fun. Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket of fun. Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket of fun. Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket of fun. Mr. Bucket. I think we just throw you a bed right here. You just go nighty night right the fuck here. Nope. Can't do it. Okay. Alright, we're taking you upstairs. Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket of fun. Oh, that feels a little too warmly. All right, let's move it on down. Let's move it on down. Let's move it on down. Yeah. Oh yes. Put this stupid shelf here, I guess. Alright. Mr. Buckets. Mr. Buckets of fun. Mr. Buckets. I don't know what else. Oh, let's take those to the bungalow. Bungalow ho. I got the bungalow ho. Beep, beep, beep. Bungalow. No, I think I do the math over there. driver at. Set up shop here. Alright, let's go with 30. Close the door. Oh no, you put that one back. What are you doing in here, bed? You're going to the kitchen. One goes right there. I think that I'm gonna turn this into meth. Methamphetamines. We're gonna cook meth in here. I'm not gonna cook shit over there in the fucking. I think what I'll do with the other ones, I think what we could do is just I'll probably do it where the other ones get do like a small time one, like grow some meat over there in those ones, like small one, not like a huge one, but a small one. Just enough to like establish a business type thing. I think we do like two, three, maybe three there. Yeah, maybe three there. Put another bed over there. Yeah, put another bed over there. Storage all around. Put two planters here. Put two planters here. Put four, and then they can just run back to back here. And then see, we can put like a, well, I think we have to take this one out though. Okay, we'll just do that. Because we could put what the fuck you call that guy? Because we need one of these stations over there, so we're gonna have to need one of those over there. Oh, I need a shelf in here. That's not the right shelf. I need a smaller shelf. It's not gonna work. Or maybe can I take this shelf here? put this one. Give me this shelf. Give me. Oh, I didn't change out those buckets yet. Son of a bitch. I didn't change out those buckets. Well, this is gonna be a pain in the ass. I can't get. Fuck it, I would have to put this down. That would have to put this down for now. So I can. Well, shit, I can't get through it now. Fuck. Take this shit off. Put it over here. Put that there. Take this shelf. Put it over here. And then take all this shit. And throw the motherfucker over there. And then just do it that way. And then take this motherfucking shelf. And click the bitch behind it. And then that way I can feel, well, I can't get through the fucking thing because this one. I'm gonna have to move that one out of here. Yeah, it's too big. I'm gonna move this one out of here. I thought it would be a great idea to put it in here because I could be able to mix up my shit, but I think because I can't get through here anyways with that fucking thing in there. I gotta trade out those two buckets, but it's got shit in it right now, so I'll take this over here because I need to get. Because this is gonna be the mixer to make different items, different type of weed. Because I definitely want to experience on the weed shit. Put that in there. Put the trash can there for now. Because we got to get that other thing that packages it. We got to put it in there. We got to put that in there. We got to put another bed in there. And then we got to put the grow shit in there. These other storages. Follow them. Yeah, we just drive around like we own the motherfucker. Yeah, we drive around like we own the. Perfect. We gotta turn off the lights. Alright. So just take these ones right here. Yeah, that's probably money. I don't give a fuck. We're gonna make money all day. It's alright. See you later. Hasta la vista. And so we discharge those. Oh, what do I want? Well, I want 4 Ds. I want 4 Ds. And I need 4 Ds. I need 4 Ds. And I need 1 Ds. Oh, I need 1 Ds too? Alright, go fuck yourself. No, I don't have any drug dealers. No. I'm the #1 drug dealer. On all the property in the city. Small town. Look, here's the bed for the pot guy. Yeah, here's the bed for the pot guy. There you go. There's your bed. And let's get this machine. Holy fucking shit. I didn't think it was going to be that big. Oh shit balls. Oh wow. How the fuck are we gonna get through this son of a bitch? Oh shit. I didn't think about none of this shit. Yeah, I didn't think about none of this shit. I sure didn't. I mean, I can still hit the button and go to sleep, and still probably be able to put the money in the briefcase, but I did not think about this shit. I sure didn't. I did not think about it. We're gonna have to rethink the whole model situation in this bitch. Right? I mean, I can do it. Maybe do it that way. Put it against this wall over here, and then see if we can do it that way. I think that will probably work then. Because then those sprinklers are out of the way. Yeah, they're out of the way. Everything's out of the way. You still got that shelf there. Let's try our lights. Man, I got a fucking massive headache. Trying to figure out if I should do it this way. Well, I mean, you can only probably get maybe 2 shelves in like that. And you still have to figure out this bullshit ass crap over here you got going on. I mean, you can do that, but you don't got no shelf that goes there. This machine is just fucking ridiculous. It just takes out a lot of my shelving areas. Yeah, it just takes out a lot of my shelving areas where I need the shelf. So you can't put that one. You would have to go. You would have to go with smaller shelves. Yeah, you would definitely have to go with smaller shelves to drop at least to half this one down. That half it down to like take a quarter of that motherfucker. Like say it was like only 3 squares instead of 4. I mean that would work. I mean that would probably work a lot better. Cause then we're just killing myself with fucking storage issues. Yeah, because you can get like a other one to run out the other way. That'll work too. Alright, we got everything in there. We gotta get soil and all that shit. We can get that some other time. Go into the phone too. Man, just fuck. Oh yeah. Get Benjamin to be our drug mule. Okay. Yeah, not happening right now. I'm on my own shit here. See what we got. We gotta get more soil. Gotta get a bed for another 2 beds for the other place. Gotta get some materials for the other place. Reach friendly status with those guys? Oh, that's easy. Just throw some meth in it. Be alright. I got seeds everywhere. I got everything everywhere. There, ladies and gentlemen, that's just how the cookie crumbles. Yeah, that just shows you guys how to get more shit. And that was made 2 days ago, and I've already got all that shit. So there's no longer have to worry about following the money through that one to the other one. There's now a way you can just put the fucking money right into your fucking bank account. You don't have to worry about it. But see, there's a lot of different things. There's a lot of different things. Me, I like to find all kinds of shit. Did you guys know that some of these commands are in the game already? Look, you don't believe me? Look, watch. I'll show you. Let's go back to the same one. Look, watch. Free cam, force save, set time, specific hour, give the player the specific item, specific quality, clear inventory, change balance, change cache, add XP, spawn vehicle, set move speed, set jump speed force, teleport, set own barn, laundromat, and such, right? Then this one down here says package production, and each of the commands that you can type into. Set something service, raise the wanted level, lower the wanted level, clear the wanted level, set health, set image scale or time scale, set VAR, set quest state, set something state, set motion, set unlock, set relationship, add employees, set discovery, grow plants instantly. That's a good one. Because when you're tired of your shit not growing, type that shit in, boom, your fucking plants are ready to go. Set lull intensity 0 to 10. Set quality, blind, unbind, clear blinds, hide the UI, disable the specific game objects, eligible the specific game objects, force the tutorial to end immediately only if the player is actually in the tutorial. Disabled given assignments all NPCs. Show FPSs. Hide FPSs. Clear trash. Free cam. Save. Set time. And give. Teleport. Has all your commands right here. Has all your commands right here in the fucking game. And you don't even have to click that. You don't even have to click that to see the commands. It's already in the command in the fucking game. So when people are posting all these commands on there, your shit's already in the game. Yeah. That motherfucker's already in the game. Those commands are already in the game. All you do is go to your settings and you see view commands right there. It's already in there. So the game developer can't get pissed off when you use these commands. Because his dumbass is the one that put them in there. So when people want to go and start looking at their game and find that you can find those commands in your game when you're in a game already, and then they start trying those commands out, the game developer can't get pissed off because he put them in there. Those are cheats for the game. And he put them in there. He put them in there himself. Yeah, he sure did. He put them in there himself. Starting to download. Okay, whatever. I don't know what it's doing, but alright. But yeah, the commands are right there in the game. And see, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, I didn't notice that until I seen it on TikTok. Someone showed it on TikTok that the command's already in the game. But you know what's crazy is that you go and you type in this game for on the internet and you look at other shit. It pops up commands also. So not only that is in the video game, but it's on the internet showing other commands. I've got screenshots of all the commands. I don't have a clue what's going on here. I've been having trouble with Steam lately doing this. Yeah, it does this every once in a while. I don't know what the problem is. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is, but that game has that problem. Is it another patch they got coming out? Because I know they're patching the game. Yeah, those are patch files. Yeah, they did some more patches on the game. But anyways, um, yeah, that's patch files. I don't really have that. But anyways, yeah, those are the commands in the game. They're actually in the game, so nobody can sit here and say, "Well, it's not cheating if you just use the commands." Well, actually, it's not cheating because the commands are in the game, and that's. I don't think any game developer would want to see that they actually have cheats in the game that is helping the game. Because I guarantee you, most of the people that's playing this game has already probably figured out those cheats that's in there. And then I guarantee you, most of the people's already used it. I mean, because I see it all over the fucking TikTok of different people's shit. I see it all over YouTube. I see it all over Facebook. Where people posting videos of them playing that game. And they got racks on top of racks and got beds in this situation and that situation, knowing you can't do it. And then on top of that, they already have mods for that game. Yeah, they already have mods for that game on the internet that you can download and put into that game, and you could be able to have higher quality and more other shit and some other. Fucking people always want to fuck around with the game, and that's what they're doing. They're fucking around with it. And what's gonna happen is the game developer is gonna get pissed off, and he's gonna fucking jerk it off the internet. When it just came out on fucking Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, you can buy this game on Xbox and PlayStation. That's right. You sure can. Yepper, you can, you sure can. You can buy a lot of shit on this. I can't spell worth shit. It sure is. Microsoft and PlayStation. Yeah. Is Schedule 1 coming to console? Yep. It sure is. Not available. Schedule 1 currently is PC and not Xbox. Yeah. But it sure is coming though. They have a bunch of other games that are what is it? What the hell do you call that shit? What the hell you call that shit? The fucking GTA 5 role play and shit that you do on PC. That came to Xbox and PlayStation. Yeah, that one came to PlayStation and Xbox. Well, that's what I heard, but I have an Xbox and I do have that game, but I've never seen anybody. But I don't know. Yeah, I haven't had a clue. and ashes, and all I get is ashes, and more ashes, and more ashes, 'cause I smoke so goddamn much. Ashes, and ashes, and more ashes. That's all I have is ashes. Ashes, oh ashes, oh ashes. But anyways, there's all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah, there's all kinds of crazy shit. All right. I was gonna do something. I don't remember what I was doing. I was gonna either do shooting game or something. I don't want to do driving. I'll do driving with the controller, but I even build that. I don't want to do that too. That's a lot. I was thinking about doing F1, but I forgot which racetrack they were. We finished that one where I had the most issues on, wasn't it? Anyways, yeah, because I don't have all the setups for 2023. I have setups for 2021, 2022, and all that for F1, but I don't have the setups for the other one. I run setups. Shit, setups is the only good thing to run. iRacing, I think they had some issues. Somebody's talking shit about iRacing, saying iRacing's done or some shit. Um, oh, yeah, I didn't get into watching this video, but I just seen something had lost something. I don't know. I watched the Xfinity race, except for the last 20 laps. Yeah, except for the last 20 laps. I got into something interesting though. I like watching this fucking TV show, man. This TV show's a nice one. Yeah, I like watching this one. That movie. Yeah, I was really hoping they would make a fucking TV series out of this son of a bitch. It's a nice one. I like it. I wish the world was like this. Yeah, I wish the world was more like this back in the day when it used to be like that. That's the shit I'm into. Yeah, that's the shit I'm into. I watched her. I watched this one on YouTube too. That's the chick that I was talking about. Yeah, she goes anywhere. Yeah, I watch a bunch of her. I was watching her shit last night. Oh, it's the little midget cars, modifieds, funny looking cars. I watch a lot of crazy shit. Oh, that was 36 minutes ago. Oh, with these three idiots at the WrestleMania 41? It's a sham. Part-timers and wannabes. And then the shit talkers. They spend most of the time laying down on mats and floors than anything else. The women are real obvious. Yeah, the women are real obvious. That looks like something that has happened before. Yeah, that looks like something that's happened before. Becky Lynch is no longer wrestling. She says she stepped away from it. Oh, yes. There we go. Finisher moves. Finisher moves after finisher moves. No one gets it. Alright, let's not watch no more of that shit. Oh, let's not even talk about the Bibles and shit. Yeah, they rewritten that shit. Mark Zuckerberg, he's in fucking trouble like a son of a bitch. He's gonna have to forfeit his Instagram. Instagram's gonna be taken down soon. WhatsApp app is gonna be taken down soon. Some of the shit that Mark Zuckerberg owns and other companies that he also owns, like Meta. Yeah, Meta. Mark Zuckerberg owns part of Meta. So when you click on your little Facebook and says you verify, go down to your settings and it shows you verify your Facebook through Meta and all these other ones. Yeah, that's Mark Zuckerberg. That's why everybody on TikTok was telling everybody to block Mark Zuckerberg on everything. I mean, I blocked him on everything. But I also use Facebook, well, every once in a while, but other than that, I really don't fuck with Facebook. I took in all the people that I follow on Facebook. I got rid of all the following. I don't follow them. What pops up on my Facebook is NASCAR and video games and iRacing and a bunch of other shit like that. It no longer pops up anything that has to do with friends, because anybody I follow, I just unfollow them because I don't want them popping up on my Facebook. Notifications, I turned all that notification shit off. I see them, but I don't look at them. I just delete them. Personal information, took all that shit off. Only way you can see my pictures or see anything about me, you have to be family. Yeah, I removed all that shit. Street address, phone number, email. I removed all that shit. I don't give a fuck about it. I blocked Mark Zuckerberg on Mark Zuckerberg's fucking Facebook account. Well, I looked up Mark Zuckerberg on Facebook and blocked him. Like, no bullshit. I blocked anything that had to do with Meta, anything that had to do with anything that had to do with WhatsApp app, Instagram, Snapchat, all that shit that had to do with Mark Zuckerberg. I fucking blocked all of it. Sure do. I jumped on Instagram and I blocked Mark Zuckerberg and Meta and all them companies on Instagram. I jumped on Facebook and did the same thing. I jumped on TikTok and did the same thing. I jumped on every one of my fucking emails and then went on there and blocked Mark Zuckerberg and Meta to see anything, emails, pictures, anything. Microsoft, fuck, I've got them where only certain part of them goes into there, but locations, all that shit's been turned off. Sales, where it asks you, well, do you want us to sell your personal information? I clicked no, do not sell my information. Yeah, I have no idea. They're talking about CIA operatives. And they're talking about FBI inside. The government wants to go over there to Iran and they want to fight Iran. But Donald Trump don't want them to fight. Everything that's being made that people likes to have, it's all being made by China. And then most of the shit being shipped to other places to get that tag on them saying that they're autistic or whatever and everything like that so they could be sold. When none of it is it's all fake. All of it's fake. Everything that's being made is fake. Everything is made is fake. Only because you slap a logo on it don't mean the motherfucker's real. That only because you slap a logo on it don't mean it's real. It's all a bunch of bullshit. China makes everything. Yep. I don't see what the problem is with China anyways. I mean, if China really had a problem with the United States, I mean, they've got so many of their people over here in the United States that works over here in the United States, that goes to school in the United States, that has children of their own in the United States. I mean, if they really had a problem, then why is all their people still here in the United States? And a lot of them report back to China. They're undercover operatives, and a lot of them do it, but the government, doesn't realize they hire all these people from all these different places, and then you're trying to figure out where all your secrets are being leaked at when your own when your own president is leaking information to the public, you know. I don't know. I just hope one day when everything is exposed, and I mean everything, because now they're looking into Elvis's death and everything else. They're trying to figure out how did Elvis fake his death and all this, and why they couldn't go upstairs to where Elvis is, and they're uncovering all this shit with all these JFK documents and Martin Luther King documents. It's gonna open up the Watergate issue. It's gonna open up Abraham Lincoln issues. It's gonna open up all these other issues that people haven't seen, that have been forgotten, and people are gonna see them and they're gonna be like, wow, this is the truth about this, and this. People always said about it, but no one had the proof. I mean, they got so many videos back in the 50s and 30s. I mean, they talk about UFOs back in 1800s. And then the government wanted to sit up in here and say, oh, we don't know shit about the UFOs, when you got General Patton stating that there's UFOs. Now, if you guys know who General Patton is, then you know when General Patton was a commander in a war, then you know how far back UFOs actually are, because he states also that there is UFOs as well. So I mean, if General Patton's talking about UFOs, and you got John F. Kennedy's dad, you got Robert F. Kennedy, and you got Bobby F. Kennedy, and then you got Marilyn Monroe, and you got all these, you know, and they talk about it when they discussed it at Area 51. I mean, if you look at it, if you look at it, the government admitted it that they killed Marilyn Monroe. I told everybody that they made it look like a drug overdose. They come out in public and admitted that they killed her overdosing her. They came out and said that they did it. So I mean, they need to come out and tell the truth about the Watergate incident. Because I don't think the Watergate incident is all telling the truth, and the fact that the CIA and the FBI was both involved in it. They're the ones that broke into the fucking Watergate. The FBI and CIA are the ones that broke into the fucking Watergate. They was inside operatives that was trying to be a criminal, but also trying to be undercover as well, so they can get the facts of the Watergate incident, and they're the ones that broke into it. And then they blamed it on Richard Nixon, saying Richard Nixon was behind the Watergate incident. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. The FBI and CIA was behind it. They impeached him and made him step down because he wasn't going to fight for bullshit and everything else, because it's unfair to make a president step down claiming that he was behind the Watergate incident when he wasn't behind the Watergate incident. I mean, they showed videos, they showed records, they showed tapes that was being played. They talked about the smoking gun and this and this and this that they supposedly had evidence on. They had nothing. They had absolutely nothing. The guy that talked about it the most was the one recording and was trying to get Nixon to say things and talk about things And Nixon did not want to talk about nothing that he had, that he was trying to, he was like, he was trying to get Nixon to admit to things that he supposedly was behind, which wasn't behind. He was trying to get Nixon to conversate and talk about how things went down at the Watergate that he had no clue about. He had the voice recorder in his pocket and recording the whole fucking conversation, and then they type it as a smoking gun saying that Nixon said this and Nixon said that, when Nixon didn't say but a few words, and the motherfucker that was recording the whole thing was talking the whole fucking time. And they call that a smoking gun? It's bullshit. It's just bullshit because they don't know what a smoking gun is. They have no idea what evidence are. They have no idea what the fuck they was doing. And they impeached a president that had nothing to do with it. Now, I know nobody talks about it anymore. I know nobody talks about it no more. And that's fine. You know, and that's fine. But I'm infatuated with history. I like history. And when I see and hear things that is bullshit to me, it's bullshit. I mean, everything that I talk about 9/11 so far has come out true. I mean, what else can you say? I talked about the Back to the Future movies, of parts in the movies that you could see in real life, that gives you all kinds of details of 9/11. It shows you in the pyramids of different things that was being made in the pyramids. If you ever watch on YouTube, Neographics, the Neographic, whatever the fuck that TV show is called. If you ever watch the videos in there, they've got all kinds of shit. But that's what I do. I watch a lot of that shit. I like history. It's fascinating. I like how we came from nothing to, having all these crazy shits. Cars and boats, trains and automobiles. I'm into those educational fucking videos on how the railroad was built. Like I watch shit like that. I find it interesting how the railroad was built. I find it interesting how things are made. I like to watch that how things are made TV show on YouTube. I watch a lot of that shit. I like to watch and find out and learn a lot of things. Like, I really do. When I'm not streaming or playing video games or sleeping or whatever the fuck I'm doing, I watch a bunch of those videos on YouTube. I used to read the books when they had those books and everything back in the library in prison. I used to read a bunch of those books. Neographics, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, it's a pretty good. It's interesting. What they got playing tonight? Oh, here it is. National Geographic. No, I don't want to see that. I'm gonna see this. Look, they got all kinds of shit. This is what I watch. I'm not bullshit. I'm subscribed to it. I watch it. Yeah, I watch a bunch of this shit. Shit, I'm being honest. I watch a bunch of this shit. I sure do. I'm fascinated with with old shit. Yeah, I'm fascinated with old shit. Look, look. Here's the undercover cocaine. Here's the team going hunting. Like, there's no bullshit. I watch it. Crypto scam, cocaine, counterfeiting. Yeah, I like watching because it's fascinating. It's entertaining. I watch a bunch of these fucking ones. It's educational. Yeah, you learn a lot of shit watching. I watch a bunch of dolphins and bears, polar bears, monkeys, and all that shit. Pyramids. I watched a bunch of these other ones. Sharks. I watch a lot about sharks. Yeah, I watch a lot of shit. Yeah, this is what I watch on YouTube. That's what I watch on YouTube. Like I said, I'm fascinated with history. I like history. If they played the History Channel all fucking day, I wouldn't give a fuck. I'll watch it. It's already 11 o'clock. I've been on here 6 hours. But anyways, um, I'm gonna get off of here. I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna make some dinner. I'm gonna watch some. Mm, the one I just showed you. I'm gonna watch some more of that shit. $20 bills. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here, guys, and go watch some TV. Then I'm gonna watch some TV, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Oh, my birthday is in about an hour. Yeah, less than an hour. But I'm gonna get off of here, and I'll catch you guys tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Sunday? Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday, right? No. Yeah, tomorrow's Sunday. It's my birthday. Um, I'll probably come on here and do something, but I'm gonna get off here for now, and I'll catch you guys when I get up.